Good evening, one and all, and welcome to the Dub Talk Theater. Before you take your seats, please remember a few rules and regulations before the Dubbie Awards kick off. Remember that the awards may contain language and situations that may not be suitable for all audiences, so that listeners' discretion is advised. Please also remember any and all spoilers for 2019's dubbed anime can occur. If you are afraid of getting spoiled for any particular reason, whether it be about performances, writing, mixing, directing, or acting, we do encourage you to watch as many of the 2019 Dubbie eligible candidates before coming in, and remember that any and all spoilers can occur for other series as well. And finally, please remember that the opinions expressed are that of the individual award givers, and do not reflect all of Dub Talk as a whole. Now, please, take your seats, strap in, get your favorite booze, it's gonna be a long haul, as we present the 2019 Dubbie Awards. Take it away, Stephanie.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome one and all to the 2019 Dubbie Awards, where Dub Talk gives their yearly awards in various anime categories and English dubs and stuff. It's time for our yearly monstrosity. And
Ye old Dub Talk's yearly piece of fuck.
Brought to you by Eagle Creek Beer. Eagle Creek Beer, it gets you shit-faced.
Also brought to you by Milf and Cookies, just like Mom used to make.
And sponsored by viewers like you via our Patreon.
Yes.
Yes. Well, hold on. Let me finish the introductions first.
Okay.
Jesus. You're all just diving in here. So yeah, welcome to the 2019 Dubbie Awards. This is the 5th year we've done this shit. Legit.
Mm-hmm.
If you are not familiar with how this shit works, we'll give a miniature explanation in a second, but my name is Stephanie, and I am joined tonight, in case you could not tell, by Hardy.
Yes, ma'am.
Megan.
2019 may have been the year of the boar, but 2020 is the year of the big chungus.
God damn it.
Also, hi, I'm Goku.
Oh, yes. And for the second year in a row, as our host surrogate, and also because we're in the same fucking place again. For New
You guys are
Year's.
fucking a house?
Yes.
I wonder if the infrastructure's good.
We can figure that out if you want.
Okay. No.
Tonight-
Hi, I'm Andrew, aka Classy Spartan. I'm here as the representative for the other members of the Dub Talk podcast, and also
because dating.
dating.
His persona is a prairie dog.
Nepotism.
That's not... Is that nepotism? Or is that just fucking your way to the top?
This is how I fuck all the way to the top.
So what happens now?
God, Lord.
Tonight's
Yes.
episode is brought to you by the body-shaking terror that you will be experiencing watching Tom Hooper's Cats.
I don't even want to try and watch that monstrosity.
The fact that, like, my father is a Broadway buff, and even he was like, yeah, I don't want to see that. That's how you fucked up. When you turn away the Broadway people from your Broadway musical movie, you fucked up.
Anyway, tangent aside.
Okay.
But yes, we're here for our 5th annual Dubbie Awards. Holy crap. We're doing this award show for 5 years. Holy crap. But yeah, so basically we're going to be giving awards to various categories for English dub anime from the past year. If you're not familiar with the different qualifications or what does qualify, Megan last year actually helped put together a little like PSA kind of video thing.
And now I have to do a new one.
We're gonna have to do a new one after this year, yes. Because after this year we are gonna do some changes, but we're not gonna delve too deep into that this year. But if you are not familiar with what shows would qualify for the Dubbies this year, a link will be in the description below to that video. However, I think we should probably say this right now, because before people ask a lot of questions.
There's a couple little things to keep in mind.
Well, the big one, because what some people are probably going to notice is, before we get the comments of where these particular shows are,
where's Demon Slayer?
Demon Slayer, JoJo Golden Wind. There's a handful, so we are going to make the change after next year as to the time frame as to what shows qualify, but to make it a bit more fair to some of the shows that kind of were just there at the cutoff point, there are 5 shows in particular that are going to apply for next year, just as a heads up. So the Demon Slayer, JoJo Golden Wind, I think Assassin's Pride,
I can do the list. I can do the entire list.
And there's one more. I got 4.
Actors.
I can do the entire list really quick.
What is it?
Basically, just to give a quick overview, we are going to be changing the qualifications thing so that I believe now the qualifications is going to run at least for the 2020 Dubbies, that the qualification period is going to be December 1st to September 30th. So basically
Correct.
when all the fall show from next year onward, it's going to go from fall of 2020 to
The end of
summer 2021.
Yep.
But that being said, there were some shows this year that, either due to just being literally only having a couple episodes out by the cutoff point, one show in particular literally only having singular episode coming out, and 2 of them being longer running shonen series. The following shows will in fact count for the 2020 Dubbie Awards, which would be Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Golden Wind, Actor Song Connection, Assassin's Pride, and Ahiru no Sora.
Yep.
But
So if you're wondering
worried-
where those 5 shows are, they qualify for next year. Everything else is fair game.
Yep. Come
As-
back next year.
But as for what we got this year,
Is a lot.
we've got from December 1st, 2018 to November 30th, 2019.
Andrew kept track of everything.
I've been keeping track of everything. And we have, as far as eligible projects this year, a whopping total of 162 qualifiable English dubs.
Wow.
There was a lot. Yeah, he kept track of everything, including movies and like some specials that got dubbed. Like, 'cause
Movies, OVAs, TV shows all count.
Yep, and some specials do too, because I know, for example, there was the conversation of suddenly realizing that a lot of the One Piece specials of the older stuff
It was
came
like,
out.
ah, shit.
So he added those.
They
There's a
all
lot of One
counted.
Piece-
They all
counted.
fucking counted.
They all fucking counted. But anyway, that we've been rambling about this for about 10 minutes. Not even that, because I fucked up the intro, and Megan is currently dying right now.
It ain't a Dub Talk episode until I'm dying.
It ain't a Dub Talk episode until I start yawning, which will probably come up very quickly.
But yes, this is everything that is Dub Talk. This is all of our love. This is all of our passion. This is all of our unfiltered, rambly, like, bullshit.
And
some of which will probably get cut out and get put on the cutting room floor, because this episode usually takes forever. Anyway, we have a variety of categories, including our 5 Viewers' Choice categories that you, the viewers at home, got to vote on as well, which we thank you for, all fucking 7,000 of you.
Yeah, last year we got like 1,500.
This year, like, we
7,000.
tripled and then some. This year we tripled and then
Thank
some.
all of you fucks. I thank you for participating in this. Jesus Christ.
Alright, we actually need to get on a roll with this. So, the first award of the night is going to be for our Underrated Performance Award. This award is for performances that we feel kind of flew under the radar, or kind of like an underdog performance that we just enjoyed so much. And Hardy decided to challenge me. Because normally, the past 4 years, I've always gone last, outside of the other hosts from last year. Because that's really Andrew's going to be last in all of these. Hardy was like, you know what? You should go first. I'm like, motherfucker, I'm going to go first. So, huzzah. So my 2 picks. So, cause remember, if this is your first time here, the 3 OG hosts, that would being myself, Megan, and Hardy, were allowed 2 picks, 2 winners for each categories. the other hosts, including Andrew, and we actually have one of our editors, Jackson, who we allowed to have his say as well.
The editor's choice, if you will.
Editor's choice, if you will.
Also, Jackson's a good boy.
Jackson is a good boy. They only are allowed one winner. So, before questions are asked, and if you've never heard or seen this, listen to us ramble for 4 fucking hours before.
There's a method to the madness, we promise.
Yes, somehow. So, my 2 underrated performance awards. I will say this, both awards are for very distinct performances obviously for 2 different reasons, but for 2 areas that you don't really see that often portrayed or talked about in the anime medium. For my Silver Award, this one was one of my last minute ones because I had to watch a certain show because I heard so many good things about it from all the hosts from the Dub Talk crew, and I'm like, I feel like I have to watch this before I make these final. And when I did, I'm glad I did, because there was a very good and interesting performance that I felt flew under the radar, even if it's just for like 1 or 2 episodes. But one of the big things that I loved so much about it is the way that this actor tackled the subject of post-traumatic stress disorder. So, what I decided to do for my Silver Award, I swear to God, if Megan, this is someone you picked, but we'll get to that. What I decided, my Silver Award for Underrated Performance Award, I gave it to Greg Chun for Megalobox. Mm-hmm. Because his character there, it's not only a strong performance in its own right, because Greg Chun is a fantastic actor, but tackling the struggles of PTSD and like
learning to moving on
and forgiveness and things like that. There's a lot of complexity with this character that you only really see in such a short frame of time, and I think it's such a fantastic performance that I had to give him my Silver. My Gold Award, though, is for a different kind of performance, for something that you don't usually typically see in the anime medium, and I think nowadays, in general, not just in the anime community, but in the world in general, it's becoming much more accepted. Andrew used the correct word when we were talking about this earlier. I might need your help for that correct word again. What was the way you described it?
A character who is intersex.
Yes. Because that's something you don't typically see, and it's very interesting to see pull off. So, for that reason, I decided to give my Gold Award to Kieran Strange for Astra Lost in Space.
Mm-hmm.
Very good picks.
Very good picks. But yeah, both of these, they each tackle different subjects that you don't usually see, and I think both of them were portrayed very, very well. So that I had to just give it to the 2 of them. So,
one character, or one type of character that often gets overlooked is the sidekick. Your dub is only as strong, your main hero is only as strong as the sidekick who sticks next to them. And in this award, I did what I did last year for Pop Team Epic. And there's no rule that says you can't pick 2 actors from the same show.
Oh, here it goes again. Okay.
All right.
There's no rule against it. I just usually try not to do it, though. But sometimes there's always a method to
wondering where Hardy's going with this.
I am wondering this.
So,
okay.
Please explain.
Because these 2 came out and absolutely stole my heart in the way that they react to one of the main characters and play off of them. And lo and behold, I have to give it to Erica Lindbeck and Bruce Carey as Chi-Lai and Limo in Dragon Ball Super Broly.
Oh, you fuck! Okay.
Yeah, because they came out and absolutely stole the show. They were perfect in every scene they were.
I couldn't think of it. I'm like...
I was like, where is this going?
I was like, where is this going to? And my brain, because I haven't watched the show yet, I was like, Roby Hachi? I'm like, no, that wouldn't...
That's where I was going with it.
Yeah.
No, but you know what? This makes perfect sense.
Okay, that's interesting.
Because they both played well off the other actors. They played well off each other, and they have taught me that a family could be a 7-foot-tall monkey man, his tiny green girlfriend, and his cranky lizard stepdad. So
that's a very good family.
It's a good family.
Okay. All right, Megan.
So I'd like to point out that me and Stephanie have already started the Mind Meld 2019.
Oh, wow.
Oh my god, when you were cracking up when I was describing one of them.
Motherfucker!
Oh.
So
right.
both of my picks actually both were chosen because they dealt with portraying immense trauma on screen. But Steph, being Stephanie, and because we are literally the same person sometimes, she's just the smarter half.
I try.
I also had Greg Chun as Aragaki in Megalobox because, fun fact, that is my favorite part of the show.
Oh, I didn't know that, actually.
That is my favorite part of Megalobox, is the Aragaki arc. So, just a fun fact behind Megalobox, last year at one point in 2018, I sat on the couch, and in one day, from like 8 in the morning to about 2 in the morning, sat and binged 2 shows back to back. And those 2 shows were Megalobox and A Place Further Than the Universe.
Okay. I haven't seen Place Further Than the
You
Universe.
should fix
I will make you.
But when I watched Megalobox, I had no idea about the Aragaki part.
Mm-hmm.
And it caught me off guard in the Japanese, and I've actually gotten to tell the producer and the director of Megalobox in Japan how much I fucking love that part of the show.
Oh yeah, because she managed to get fucking tickets from a lottery for an autograph session.
So yes, my Megalobox copy is in fact signed by them. But Greg Chun was... I remember when we, Andrew and I were watching this on Toonami, because we were some of the people who watched this on Toonami. I was wondering who was going to play Aragaki, and to get to have one of, like, my favorite California actors that, like, a lot of people really overlook in general, like,
yeah,
I have loved Greg Chun's work since I first heard him in Fire Emblem Echoes, Shadows of Valencia, because he plays one of the main characters in that. But I thought he handled it so tastefully. I thought it was absolutely haunting and stuff. And it would have been my gold pick had this actor who got my gold pick when we did the episode for this show caused me to go on a 20-minute diatribe.
Okay.
About how you should really watch a lot of shows that aren't your, like, I'm not bashing other shows, but I'm saying, like, why you should watch simuldubs for stuff that isn't, like, your My Heroes, your Dr. Stones, your, Fire Forces. So my gold pick, and I'm surprised Steph has not figured out that this is my gold pick, because
it's gonna be one of those moments where I'm gonna feel stupid, isn't it?
You were on this episode with me.
Okay.
It's Stephen Fu as Nobukatsu in Kochiki.
Oh, yeah! Yep, okay. I feel dumb.
Because I absolutely fucking loved Stephen Fu as Nobukatsu. He is by far the best part of that dub. In a dub that is surprisingly stronger than a lot of people would expect it to be. Like, Kochoki as an overall product is good. It's not the best thing ever, and its ending is a little weird.
Yeah,
but you should watch it for its dub, because it's fantastic. And Stephen Fu as Nobukatsu, a boy who goes from, like, kind of more wide-eyed idealist to having to being manipulated into basically losing the will to love somebody and, like, the color in his world at one point. Like, just listening to Stephen Fu talk to J. Michael Tatum about how he can't see in color anymore is just really good. And I think I said it best on the episode is, like, if Stephen Fu, like, is a big Shonen Jump protagonist in a couple of years, I won't be surprised.
Honestly, I won't be either, yeah.
Like, he was rocking it last year as, Anti in Gridman, and this is just another step up for the guy, so my underrated performance of the year goes to Stephen Fu as Nobukatsu in Kochiki.
Andrew, I believe we have our other hosts and an editor's choice award, correct?
Indeed we do, Stephanie.
So just as a heads up, out of the other 9 hosts, we have 7 of them.
We have Noah, Jet, Roots, Gigi, myself, Jamal, Amon, and our editor, Jackson.
Yeah, so unfortunately, Zenith and Lack did not participate this year. just so people know. But this is gonna be what's funny. I normally look at these. I haven't seen these at all because I've been busy with work, so I'm gonna be very surprised by these. So Andrew, what did our other hosts and our editor pick for their winners for underrated performance?
Noah Clue picked for underrated performance. Noah Clue picked Kamali Minter for Cannon Busters and says, despite the show's whole being less than some of its robotic parts, Kamali Minter's aloof yet sincere performance as Sam was the standout role in a show that didn't get nearly enough eyeballs this year. Jet, for his underrated performance, picked Lucy Christian for Knights of the Zodiac, Saint Seiya. I have to make that distinction. There was a lot of controversy surrounding the reboot's decision to change Shun from a man to a woman, and I still agree with the camp who thought it was a really bad idea. Even so, Lucy Christian still brought a lot to this performance and managed to make the character feel likable and energetic in spite of the change, and gave out some of the most natural delivery of the whole dub. It's a shame she couldn't be a part of the series under better circumstances, but she really did her best with what she had, and I appreciate that she made such a strong effort in spite of everything.
Jet with the Saint Seiya love. I appreciate this.
Roots of Justice. His choice for underrated performance goes to Austin Tyndall for My Roommate is a Cat.
Yep. Okay.
I meant what I said in the My Roommate is a Cat episode where I talked about seeing my own extreme social anxieties reflected in Austin Tyndall's performance as Subaru, and to boot in a way that didn't feel demeaning. Gigi's pick is Alejandro Saab for Seven Seeds. I'm giving Alejandro this award for Seven Seas because I'm not sure if many people watched it, let alone liked this anime. I've seen a ton of reviews panning it, but I thought it had the right amounts of suspense and drama that made it extremely easy to marathon, and Alejandro's performance is one you shouldn't sleep on. It feels a little more laid back than most of the roles I've known him for, even though the character's life was at stake. Amazing job. My personal choice for underrated performance goes to Michaela Krantz for Fruits Basket 2019. Watching the original dub of Fruits Basket this year, I came out of it realizing Momiji was my favorite character. Not only does Michaela play this charming boy with pep, personality, and German charm, but also a layer of emotional depth and heart that Momiji always deserved. Fruits Basket 2019 is a fantastic dub, and I feel Michaela is one of the most unsung actors in the ensemble. Amon's choice is for Alyssa Merrick for Land of the Lustrous. Antarctica is only in Land of the Lustrous for 2 episodes, but she leaves a huge impact, and Alyssa's performance is a significant component of that. A superbly portrayed character, and my favorite in the entire show. Jamal's pick for underrated performance goes to Sarah Roach for Fire Force. Sarah Roach came out blazing in her first role ever. She displays and reflects Maki as a character both in the literal and figurative senses. Much unlike the muscles she uses, Maki doesn't get as much development. I really like where she takes the character and where the character takes her. I hope we get to hear more of her someday, and I hope we also get more of Witch Maki too. And the editor's choice goes to Christina Kelly for Land of the Lustrous. Pad Paracha is on screen for 3 minutes flat, and Christina Kelly steals the entire show. The single epitome of Please Notice Me Senpai. And with that...
He's not wrong, by the way. She almost got mine. She almost got my vote for that.
He's not. Like, Lustrous was the other show I tried to marathon before we did the awards in case I found something. And, like, yeah, Christina Kelly, like, solid, even for a short span of time.
Is literally on screen for 3 minutes, guys.
And with that, underrated performance is covered.
All right. So, we ready to move on to our next award?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So, our next award, we love this award so much. It's the Voice Actor to Watch Award. So, this can go to, how I describe it anyway, this could go to a new voice actor or someone who's just made leaps and bounds in the past year that we feel that they should have, you should keep them on your radar. You know what I mean?
We're giving them a watch. You should too, and here's why.
Exactly. I'm gonna have to get used to me being first on this one. Jesus. So for my 2 awards, one is going to an actor that made a huge impact this year, for just stepping up their game. The other one, in my silver award in particular, is for an actress who just flat out came out of nowhere.
I wouldn't say nowhere. I'd say you're very familiar with where.
Stop stealing my picks.
And when we did the episode for this show recently, and like Andrew and I marathoned this together because he had the Blu-ray copy for it, I fell in love instantly with Susie Young. Mostly for Kaban, but she was fun as Lucky BC Mirai as well, and especially with this being like her big breakout anime role, similar to Jamal and Sarah, what he was saying about Sarah Roach. And from my understanding, this is the first thing that she was ever announced in for an anime.
Yes.
Period. Granted, she had small minor roles after the fact, and she's slowly making waves, but like. Susie, if on the weird chance you're listening to this, you were fantastic in Kimono Friends, and I am very, very interested to see what you do in the future, so kudos to you. My Gold Award, though, I have this weird thing with voice actors to watch, where my Gold Award typically has been someone who was on my potential list of nominees last year that I ended up not going with. And then for some reason, Sony has a fantastic year, and it's like, okay, now I have to give it to this person. This is the case with Derek Snow. Because Derek Snow, like last year, nobody really knew who he was outside of us here at Dub Talk because we all love him to pieces. Mm-hmm. But this year has been fantastic for him.
We have been like the cult of Derek Snow for a couple of years, some of
basically.
us.
But like
Mostly Megan.
Mostly Megan. But Derek Snow has gotten to like grow and expand so much more this year. With Kabukicho, pretty sure he was in On Stars.
He was in On Stars, and he gives one of my favorite speeches in the entire show.
And then there's also like something a bit recent, Stars Align, but obviously the big one for him is Fire Force as Shinra, his first like legit lead character, like leading man kind of deal, and it's fun and fantastic, and I love Shinra to pieces. But yeah, like he's grown by leaps and bounds this year, so if you haven't gotten him on your radar yet, because I think Megan gave him the same award last year, if I'm correct.
I want to say I did, or I gave him one like a couple of years ago, because let's be real, like, we've kind of been fans of him for like almost 5 years, because I remember when I was super fucking high and talked about Dance with Devils.
Yep. He was in Dance with Devils.
You could
Pomeranian Choir.
You could call Derek Snow Mr. Received Multiple Golden Dubbie Awards guy.
God damn it.
Thank you, Shinra.
Thanks, Shinra.
Hey, Shinra.
But, yeah, this year has definitely been a big year for Derek, and I wanted to just highlight that for him, so he's getting my gold award for voice actor.
It's on my other computer, but I will go look and see if I did give Derek Snow voice actor to watch last year, but...
Anyway.
Later on.
Yeah.
Later on. Hardy.
Yes.
What are you, who did you decide to give your awards to for voice actor to watch this year?
Well, for silver, I decided to put Sarah Roach for Fire Force, just like Jamal did.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, because I was there at Dallas, and Brian Massey was hosting a panel for his studio. And what he said was that Sarah Roach is one of the best actresses he's ever worked with, and that that's where she got her start, was with his studio. And I think she brings such this genuine sweetness to Maki, because Maki is she's misunderstood. She's not really, doesn't have a whole lot of self-confidence. And I think that
she's best girl, though.
She is absolutely best girl.
Look, every time she beats the shit out of fucking Shinra and Arthur for supposedly calling her like fucking gorilla and all that stuff, just gives me life.
Yeah.
It's like, no.
Yeah. And so I
drink your respect women juice, Arthur and Shinra.
Yeah, I was.
Respect the muscles.
Mostly Arthur, though. Shinra at least has kind of learned something. Arthur's a dumbass. Anyway, sorry.
But yeah, if this was her first performance, then I'm definitely looking forward to hearing more from her. As for my gold, this is gonna be interesting.
Okay.
Because this comes from a dub that is not very highly looked upon.
Ooh, okay.
Okay. All right.
Oh, I think I know where you're going with this.
Might know where this is going, even though I haven't seen it.
This dub is
I might know where this is going.
The acting is fine. The writing is not. But what I think this performance is important because we have more of a need for certain types of actors to portray certain types of characters.
Right.
And so, despite the horrible writing, despite the horrible conditions,
I think I do know.
I'm going to give my Voice Actor to Watch Gold Award to Casey Mongillo for the redub of Neon Genesis Evangelion.
Yep.
You go, Hardy!
Yeah.
Hell
Because
I haven't watched Evangelion at all. I'm just like, this is cool.
Because despite the all the controversy around the dub. Sorry, I can't brain today.
You has the dumb?
I has the dumb, yes. No, I think it's we're getting more and more non-binary actors. Yeah. And so it's refreshing to see them fill these sorts of roles, just like Megan brought up with Kieran Strange. I mean, it is
Steph. You mean?
You mean?
Oh, right. Sorry. Yeah, I think it's becoming more and more a necessity, and it's good to see more and more actors get more of these roles. So, and I was really impressed by their portrayal of Shinji. And they even got the approval of Spike Spencer himself. So, and those were big shoes to fill.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I didn't know that they got his approval too.
Oh yeah.
There's there's a beautifully written article by Spike actually.
Yeah, and Amanda Wynn Lee, both Amanda and Spike just absolutely adore this actor. So, yeah, that's what I have to say. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, especially since these kinds of roles themselves and what it calls for, whether it's non-binary or intersex or things like that, I'm glad that this kind of
I know I'm probably gonna get
accepted.
I'm probably gonna get a lot of flack for this, but the fact that they got a non-binary actor for a cis character.
Yep.
That's pretty.
Shinji is cis still. Someone's gonna come find me on the internet, but if you want to headcanon Shinji any other way, but yeah.
But yeah, it's interesting regardless. Megan, your winners, please. Okay, thanks.
So I'd like to thank Hardy for giving me the most perfect segue.
Okay.
So my silver award for voice actor to watch is Kieran Strange as Luca in Astra Lost in Space. Who is a trans actor. And I remember when the Astra cast came out, and I was like, oh, I've never heard of this person. And if you've never watched Astra Lost in Space, there's a spoiler warning on this video for a reason. Luca by far has one of the most emotional reveals on the entire show, where Luca reveals to everybody at gunpoint that they are intersexed, and that because of this, their adopted parent has never truly loved them, and all the other crazy shit that goes on in the show.
Yep.
And the fact that the director of Astra went out of their way to get Kieran to come play Luca, and Kieran's absolutely beautiful performance. I prefer Kieran as Luca 100% to the sub of Astra. Astra is a show I did watch in both languages this year, mostly because I hate watching mystery shows or shows that are incredibly emotionally intense with cliffhangers like fucking Astra has.
And Astra is both.
Astra is both. You should watch Astra Lost in Space. It's my second favorite anime this year. But Kieran's portrayal is beautiful. They get everything right. They are fantastic. I think I mentioned in the episode that I actually resonated more with episode 6 in English than I did in the Japanese, like to the point of near tears. I absolutely love Kieran as Luca, and I really, really hope that they start getting more roles. I know they just got cast in another show.
Nice!
I'm not saying what it is, but if you follow Kieran on Twitter, you know what it is. But as much as I really wanted to give Kieran the Gold Award for this, because he was great as Luca, there's something to be said about being a brand new voice actress and doing 3 roles in one show and sounding completely different from everybody.
Yay!
So I had to give it to Susie Young.
Yay! Susie!
Because
we're on the Susie train.
We're on the Susie train. We're going off the rails on Susie's train.
No, we're on the Susie bus.
Susie bus. Yōkoso, welcome to Susie's bus. But Susie's just great. Kaban has that youthful optimism and kind of curiosity. Lucky Beast is robotic and not as much emotionless, but very robotic into the frame. And I could not believe that Mirai and Kaban were ever the same woman.
Yeah.
It's kind of batshit, actually. Because, like, in the words of the bloopers, oh, it's Susie's low voice. Thanks, Danny. But just, like, it's so impressive. Like, you can look up the bloopers and you can hear it. Because Susie's natural voice sounds nothing like Mirai, and it's kind of insane. So here's to you, Susie Young.
Yay.
Yay.
Susie, get on the Susie bus. We're going to Japari Park, bitches.
You're
all right.
so welcome.
Hop in, losers. We're going for Japari buns.
Hell yeah. Andrew, can you tell us what our other hosts and editor Jackson decided to pick for their voice actor to watch?
Absolutely. Noah Clue's pick for voice actor to watch is Kellen Goff, and he says the following. Every actor loves a good villain, of which Kellen got to prove his entertainment skills with this wonky, bonkers fire fanatic in a show already full of weirdos and crackpots alike.
Okay.
With Fire Force and MHA, Kellen is definitely an actor I expect to return to these awards in the future. Jet's pick for voice actor to watch goes to Kieran Strange and says, I had never really heard of Kieran before checking out Astra's dub, but I was really impressed with the performance as Luca. They made the character feel like a lot of fun to be around while also managing to be very heartfelt and sincere when it came time for the revelation about Luca's gender, and the way they handled that helped me to appreciate Luca even more. It was a really great anime debut, and I'm looking forward to seeing what else Kieran does in the future. Alright. Roots of Justice's pick for voice actor to watch goes to Gabe Kunda. After getting his first lead anime role with BEM, Gabe Kunda has been on a roll this year, getting a role on the coveted Dragon Ball Super as well as providing a heavy performance in Astra. Here's to hoping we see a lot more of Gabe Kunda in the anime and VO Spears for years to come. Gigi's pick for voice actor to watch goes to Sean Gann and says, Ensemble Stars means a lot to me, so when I heard it was getting dubbed, I was both excited and leery. I had a cast in mind for my favorite characters, and if it wasn't going to the people I wanted, I wasn't going to have it. Sean was not who I had in mind for Shu, but his performance shocked the heck out of me. I really liked it and was surprised that I had never heard Sean in anything major before. Bravo! Here's to more roles in the future where you can prove my dream casting wrong.
By the way, I'd like to point out that she's completely right. We haven't got to do the episode on this.
Yep.
But Sean Gann is absolutely one of my favorite parts of that dub.
I still need to watch more than 2 or 3 episodes.
Just remember, Jerry Jewell's character looks like Ralphie from A Christmas Story.
Okay.
You'll wiggle your eye out.
My personal choice for voice actor to watch goes to Laura Stahl. This was a tough one for me to pick this year, with plenty of promising actors making really strong debuts. And while Laura may not have made her debut this year, her performance as Rey from The Promised Neverland blew me away and made me realize that Laura Stahl's acting prowess is something I want to keep an eye on for 2020.
Yep, I can agree to that.
Amon's pick for voice actor to watch goes to Sarah Roach and says, we should all be able to have our first major voice acting role be so good. Here's to Sarah having more big roles and being really charming in them. Insert thumbs up emoji here.
Thank you, Amon.
Jamal's pick for voice actor to watch goes to Susie Young. From the moment I heard her performances in Kimono Friends, she became a triple threat of a contender in this, the Kaban era of the Iron voice actress. I can't wait to see more of what she has to offer. And from Jackson, our editor's choice for voice actor to watch goes to, I wish I knew how to say her name, Karina Bediger. My relative blind spot for the work being done over in California means I occasionally get nice surprises like Karina, a lead in her own Netflix series, Dino Girl Gauko, and stepping seamlessly into the role of Tatsumaki for One Punch Man Season 2. This is not even counting her video game work, which includes, without hyperbole, some of the best acting I've heard all year. And for those wondering what game, it's The Somnium Files.
Also, Jamal, that pun was not lost on me. I see what you did there.
Wait, what?
Wait, what?
The Kaban era of the Iron voice actress instead of the Cabaneri of the Iron Fortress.
Oh!
God damn it!
Fuck off!
God damn it!
Fuck off!
I was excited that Jamal hopped on the Susie bus, but fuck you for
Fuck
that.
off!
Jamal's just been kicked from the bus.
Fuck off!
Jamal has to walk.
Look,
Jamal found tied to a post in the desert area.
Good lord.
All right.
Love you, buddy, but fuck
We
off.
love you, but fuck off.
Moving on.
Okay, so
Moving
I
on
think
up.
who's fucking hungry right now?
I could go for some ham.
Ham sounds delicious.
Hold on.
Yeah,
what
it's
kind
delicious.
of ham this year, though? Because we had what we have in the past. We had
Nice golden ham.
we had different kinds of ham though.
Can this
Didn't
year
we?
be the year of the Boston butt? We got some nice juicy buns for you, boy.
Fuck it, why not? So in case
We're running out of. We need like a chart of the cuts of meats on pigs.
Anyway, so this is our wonderful, also Chef Kiss Golden Ham Award for the hammiest of hammy performances that we love oh so much in the past year.
Which, for the record...
Which I know is one of Hardy's favorite awards, and he just loves it to pieces.
I thought this was Hardy's de facto favorite award of the night.
Also, just to clarify, Golden Ham is a positive award.
It's a positive award. It's performances that are just oh so hammy and can be cheesy and corny, but you can't help but love them.
They're chewing the scenery.
They're chewing the scenery. This is a good award. We got rid of all the negative fucking awards last year, so no more. For my two picks, one of them is not going to be a surprise to anyone because this is how my life works. But my silver award, though, is actually one that I decided upon just before we started recording. Because I had my first one as a lock for a few months. But as I was trying to finish these awards very hastily before we started recording, because this is how my life works, I was happy that I finished this show just yesterday. Because it's a different kind of hammy performance. It's not the typical, like, ham, over the top, cheesy, that kind of thing. But it's hammy in its own right and some of its own little subtleties and its fun ways. Hardy, you're gonna love me for this.
Oh boy.
So my silver award, I had to give it to the good doctor. The good Dr. Giovanni. I decided to go with Marcus Stemick for Fire Force as Dr. Giovanni. Because again,
we haven't talked about our drunk Uncle Marcus in forever.
I know, right? I was thinking about it and processing it because I had a couple other possibilities. But again, having finished Fire Force yesterday, and then thinking about and sitting on it, again, it's not hammy in the traditional sense that we're all used to, but it has its moments that I just adored. For example, spoilers, when they're in Vulcan's workshop and he's just constantly like bashing the shit out of this one thing over and over and over again, and I'm just like, like hearing the slight mumbles of Marcus, I'm like, okay. Because Dr. Giovanni as a character is interesting as in its own. So I had to give Marcus my silver award for it. But for my gold award, it should come as no surprise to anyone that this show, the show that this actor got to be a part of, is probably one of my favorites from the year. Megan knows exactly where I'm going.
I know where
with
this is going because I contributed to something about this.
Yeah, you contributed something about this a little later. But it's not who you expect, because some people expected the lead in this show. Oh, no. There's something to be said about fun shonen shows with good science boys. So I decided to give my gold award for Golden Ham to Matt Shipman for Dr. Stone.
Shit!
This is bad. Oh my god.
How could you give it to a bad performance?
I know. Chrome is my favorite character, bar none. Senku is a close second, but Chrome just like, cause he's so fun and has so much energy, and the reason why I love Chrome as my favorite character is because of Matt Shipman's performance. Because while there are some fun, serious moments with the character and everything like that, from day one, Matt as Chrome just like was everything to me and more, and it was just like you could tell he's having so much fun with it. He's just chewing that scenery all to pieces. He's having fun being the good science boy that he is. So my gold award for Golden Ham, clear winner, bar none, Matt Shipman for Dr. Stone. Hardy.
Let Chrome marry Ruri 2020.
Marry Rui. Please go marry
Let
Rui.
Chrome marry Rui.
Please.
All right.
Senku already divorced Rui. She's single again, so.
Okay.
All the single Ruis. Sorry.
Okay.
Hardy, go ahead.
So, for my Golden Ham Award, both of my choices have a theme.
Okay.
And that theme is thirst.
Oh no.
I didn't know you could give me a Golden Ham Award.
Both of these performances are known for being incredibly, let's say, horny on main. Kind of like Andrew on his Twitter.
I'm about to say Andrew?
Yeah.
I didn't know you were giving me
decided
and
to do-
Andrew an award.
For my
Kind of hard to do that. That's bias, right?
for my silver award, we have to give it to someone who is no stranger to this category. They've won it quite a few times and probably actually helped to inspire it. But is for his a performance as the ever so thirsty loan shark in Robi Hachi. I have to give it to Ian Sinclair as Yang,
Oh fuck!
because he will chase Robbie to the ends of the galaxy for some of that booty, and I'm not talking pirate booty either.
He's talking the dandy kind.
Right.
Oh. I haven't seen Robi Hachi. I was hoping to watch it before the awards, but I didn't get the time.
Yeah, but there is only one person hornier in this universe or any other.
Uh-oh.
Kazuma, can you please just bite the bullet and dick darkness already?
Yes!
Just give it to her. I know you're not supposed to put thy dick in crazy, but for God's sakes, get it out of her system. Somebody do something. Oh man, Christina V in Konosuba is just... There's something wrong with that girl.
That girl ain't right.
That girl is-
I can only agree.
That girl ain't right.
I can agree with that sentiment, but I haven't seen Konosuba. I watched Isekai Quartet.
Oh yeah, it's exactly the
That
That
same.
also was this year too.
That was this year too, so you could probably extend that to Isekai Quartet if you wanted to.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah.
you could.
Yes. All I can say
But I
is don't
understand.
watch Christina V's performance when your parents are in the house. So
Oh boy.
No, hard mode is doing it with the parents in the same room with the volume turned up.
Locking eyes with them as your hand descends to your crotch.
Oh no!
No.
That went way off the rails.
Oh God.
You're welcome, internet. I was gonna say, if you want to do a real hard challenge, Kakigurui on a plane, no headphones, volume up, hands in pants.
Oh, wow.
Okay, that one's calling me out because I was too scared to watch that on a plane.
Stop being a bitch. I'm
Alright.
kidding.
Alright, fine. Next time I'm on a plane with Steph, I will watch it with her.
Expert mode, Bible Black. Anyway.
Since you like to talk about hard difficulties, Megan.
So, I had one of these different last night when I talked to Andrew. But as I sat and I thought about something, I realized that my silver award needed to go to something that when this series was announced, there were a lot of moments that I was looking forward to and it coming back. And then I remembered the greatest joke that 13-year-old me ever heard when she first started getting into anime. I see there are many different things in this world that can't be proven. He did it! He did. So, my silver award goes to Kyle Hebert as Makoto Takei in Fruits Basket 2019.
There it is. Okay.
Because I have waited for God knows how long for is that his natural hair color seed to be reanimated? And, listen here. Kyle's character in Fruits Basket has no off button.
Yeah, it's true.
And this extends into the sequel manga. So, I can't wait for more of Kyle Hebert as the world's horniest on main for Yuki Soma character outside of Jamie Marquis. But my gold award, I originally had this to something that 2 other people put. And I was going to give it to that person, but I frankly didn't feel comfortable giving it to a performance that I wasn't super knowledgeable, like I couldn't super remember vividly.
Okay.
And then I remembered that sometimes the hammiest people don't have to be good. Sometimes they can be hot-blooded son of a bitches.
I have no clue where this is going.
I know exactly where this is going. Megan, do I need to prepare the Sawano drum?
No, you don't.
Oh wait, okay, never mind.
No, but I will need to be shot through the heart because it's too late. This guy gave love a bad name by attempting to turn children into little fire demons.
Oh, that's where you're going with
Oh!
So Kellen Goff as Rekka Hoshimiya,
Okay.
who has no fucking off button and is beating the literal shit out of people while screaming at the top of his lungs.
Oh my god.
Rekka is such an don't you dare rest in peace, Rekka. He deserved it.
No. I was about to say rip Kellingoff's voice.
Rip Kellen Goff's voice, but it was fucking worth it.
Rip and piss Rekka.
Rip and piss Rekka.
Rest in piss, Rekka. But man, no, he as Rekka is just chewing the scenery in the best way possible, and it's just so over the top and so energetic and charismatic that you can't look away.
Yeah.
And there's a dude literally with a battle tuba.
Yes. Hello, Rico.
In a show with a man with a battle tuba, literally, I'm sorry, I'm still really, really horny for Benny Maru, guys.
When will you not be, is the question.
Never.
Ever.
Never. I, Megan, have a dream, and that dream is to fuck every Dolphin Fire Force. All 4 of them. Anyway, I loved Kellen as Rekka. I thought he was over the top and bombastic in the best way possible. So, yeah.
So, hey,
I am kind of tipsy.
Oh,
okay.
Jesus.
So, all the Dilfs in Fire Force, you said. You want them to put you out as you yourself put out for them.
Hell yeah!
Oh my god. Anyway, Andrew, can you give us the other hosts and our editors' picks for Golden Ham? Yes, please.
Golden Ham Awards, alrighty. So, starting off with Noah Clue's slice of Golden Ham, he went with Ian Sinclair for How Heavy Are the Dumbbells You Lift.
Oh, okay.
I've eaten my share of good ham before, but none more delicious than the honey-baked, maple-glazed goodness of Ian's riff track-inspired narrator. It doesn't aid the plot, offer character insight, or even teach us anything about exercise. Just merciless jokes from a cynical voice, and God bless him for it. Jet's pick for Golden Ham goes to Crispin Freeman for Promare.
Okay.
There were some really fun anime performances this year, but I can't think of anybody who was having as much fun behind the booth as Crispin Freeman did playing Cray. Well, he keeps Cray pretty composed for the early parts of the movie. Once the character shows his true colors, Kristen's performance becomes a non-stop train of ham, and he delivers getting more and more over the top the more this guy gets pushed into a corner. Even in a movie filled with loud performances, Crispin's work here was a step above the rest, and it was almost worth the price of admission alone for seeing the film. Roots of Justice's Golden Ham Award goes to Kellen Goff for Fire Force, and he says, "Admittedly, this was what I wanted to give to Victor Yerid from The Dark Crystal, and while it doesn't break rules, I was asked to pick it because of another thing because anime and all that, but I wanted to give an honorable mention to it just in case. So on to who formerly won my award, and oh my stars! Kellen Goff chewed up the scenery, spat it back up, and ate it all over again. It was hard to choose Rekka or Overhaul, but I think I made the right one." Gigi's pick for Golden Ham goes to Rico Fajardo for Ensemble Stars. I talked about having a dream cast for OnStars, and Rico was my pick for Koga, and I was not at all disappointed. As soon as the character opened his mouth and Rico's voice came out, I screamed with joy for this aggressive boy. Thanks for hamming it up, good sir. My pick for Golden Ham Award goes to Clifford Chapin for Hensky.
Oh, balls!
Okay, I haven't even seen Henseki, and I'm like, wait, what?
Clifford Chapin as an actor is pretty good. He has a pretty diverse vocal range. But at Hensky, he uses his entire vocal register for one of the hammiest, goofiest things I've heard all year. The variety of noises Cliff makes is an absolute riot, and the things he says had me in near tears. Congrats, Keiki. The love was in the ham all along. And yes, Stephanie, this character's catchphrase is, in fact, balls.
I remember when we were... Okay, in theory, this should have come up by now. We did an interview with Clifford Chapin at Anime NYC, and Henseki did come up. And I think you just randomly asked him,
I didn't ask him, another guy did.
Someone did. It's like, do you actually say, balls? And everybody's in circumstances, he's like, no. And he's like, no, actually, I don't, balls.
Amon's pick for Golden Ham goes to Anthony Bowling in Nichijou.
Okay.
Nobody plays an aggravated animal and or mascot character like Bowling does, and while this year gave him multiple roles to ham it up as much as possible, looking at you, Robahachi, I have to give it to this performance in Nichijou. There were few dub moments this year that I loved more than watching Sakamoto respond to Hakase and Nano's trumpet playing by yelling, "Miles Davis is spinning in his grave."
That is right. That is a line from that.
Yes, it is.
Oh god, I need to watch more Nichijou.
Yes, you do. Jamal's pick for Golden Ham goes to Crispin Freeman for Premiere. I didn't have the foresight to see this coming. I didn't expect to talk about crispy free ham in the year 2019, but here we are. Without spoiling it, Crispin's performance was exceptional. I guess you could say, when shit got cray-cray. Trust me, that joke cringes me more than it does you.
You're allowed back on the bus.
You're allowed back on the bus. And Jackson, for Editor's Choice, goes with Mick Wingert for One Piece Stampede. An excuse to gush about my favorite dub 10 years running? You shouldn't have. Buena Festa's only role in this movie is to chew the scenery. And after he's done with that banquet, he jumps up and down on the table and rolls around on the floor, eyes bulging from his head. And with that, I believe all the ham has been served. Mm-hmm. What's next on the course tonight?
Jackson's a good boy.
He's a
good boy. I am happy we decided to let Jackson have his picks this year. Now that we've had our fill of delicious, delicious ham.
Yummy.
We're going to do something a little bit different. Normally we start these off a little later in the show. But we're going to start off this year with one of our Viewers' Choice Awards.
Woohoo!
So, our first Viewers' Choice Award voted by the wonderful Dub Talk viewers and the fans and everything like that. Maybe even the voice actors themselves. Who knows? All 7,000 of you motherfuckers.
Jesus Christ.
I still can't believe that.
Thank you all.
Thank
Holy
you,
shit.
everybody. We're going to start with our Viewers' Choice Award for Best Returning Actor. You have, I'm assuming you have the script up, right?
I do, in fact, have the script in front of me.
So, Andrew, would you do the honor of giving us our nominees for Best Returning Actor?
Your nominees for the category for Best Returning Actor. The nominees are Laura Bailey, Fruits Basket 2019, Erica Harlocker, Kakegurui XX, Brittany Lauda, The Morose Mononoke Season 2, Kyle McCarley, Mob Psycho 102, Erica Mendez, Agretzko Season 2, Kaylee Mills, March Comes In Like a Lion Season 2, Max Middleman, Bungo Stray Dog Season 3, Tony Oliver, Lupin the Third Part 5, Bryce Pappenbrook, Sword Art Online Alicization, and J. Michael Tatum, Attack on Titan Season 3 Part 2. And putting this down.
Are you going to do drum roll? Is this what's happening?
Drum roll, please!
Drumming noise, drumming noise, drumming noise, drumming noise, drumming noise, drumming noise, drumming noise.
The winner is J. Michael Tatum for Attack on Titan Season 3 Part 2.
What a swan song, y'all.
Let's give the man a hand because he kind of needs one.
Sit down!
Oh my god!
Andrew!
I mean, not really, he's dead.
Okay. Boy, we're just going there. Anyways.
But yeah, this was definitely a swan song performance for Erwin
Holy
if I'd ever
shit!
seen one.
Holy shit!
But holy crap.
Andrew's kicked off the bus.
That's fair.
Like
Anyways,
darkness behind the cart, he's being pulled.
Congratulations are in order to J. Michael Tatum. You did phenomenal as the role of Erwin Smith.
Yes, very much so. Okay.
Fuck my sides. What is wrong with you?
Everything, and for some reason I'm still dating this asshole.
And you
All
let
I'm,
him
Megan,
stick his
all I'm gonna
dick in
say
you?
is,
You are very loud.
I got your back for Astra, bitch.
Okay, touche.
Look here.
You took the joke and grabbed it with your own two hands, which is more than Erwin had.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, moving on. We're gonna move on to our next award category.
Megan's favorite voice, Megan's favorite award.
Yep, because we actually started this one last year.
Mm-hmm.
No, we didn't.
It was a new award last year, so this is the second year we're doing that. We're gonna talk about best sound mixing. For English dub.
Oh, fuck! I thought we were talking about voice acting Black Magic. My bad.
No, we're not at Black Magic yet. That's after sound mixing.
My bad.
We're on sound mixing first.
Yeah, let's restart that again.
No, we're fine.
Okay.
Keep it. Fuck it. We're doing it live. I'm going first, and this actually was one of the easiest ones because I actually only have 2 throughout the whole year. My silver award though, because there was a lot going on with this show in particular. Whether it's different creatures or different accents or different sounds or moments and things like that. Because when you're on a wonderful little field trip but you're lost in space, shit gets crazy. So my silver award for best sound mixing is actually going to go for Astra Lost in Space because of that. I just really fell in love with the sound mixing on top of like the soundtrack and the setting and the story and everything. It added that extra layer to the show itself, and I really appreciate that. However, probably one of my very few hot takes that I will ever give on this podcast. When y'all are fucking crazy and you say there's no English dubbed songs in anime.
Oh.
and especially for a same day, not a same day, but during a simul-dub season. So Saren Zanmai is a thing.
Oh, wow.
That exists. And in all honesty, it's not just the music for it and the English dub songs that I loved so much about it with the sound mixing, but you have the different creatures, including fucking otter leader Chris Guerrero.
I am an abstract concept.
Yes. And you have frickin' Kappa Prince Tyler Walker and frickin' all of the different little monsters that our main trio fight and everything like that. I think I
still can't believe they made an entire one of those out of Andrew.
Which one?
I think it's the one who gets kicked in the balls.
Yeah.
But to say, I wasn't part of the Saren Zanmai episodes, I wouldn't know. But yeah, I think overall, I mean, honest, like at the basic level with like the sound mixing and everything like that, I thought it was pretty great. But then when you also do more of the sound mixing and add on top of it the music and the actual songs in English, you kind of have to give it. I kind of feel like that's another level another layer that you add on top of it. Especially for a simul-dub. So I had to give Saren Zanmai my gold for best sound mixing. Hardy.
Yes. This one was hard to pick out because mixing can be very, hard to really tell when it's done good or when it's done bad.
Right.
When it's done good, you don't notice anything. That's the weird thing about a good mix. But one that really stood out to me for my silver was the one for Fire Force. Because you've got a lot of characters, a lot of new actors, new up and coming actors, mixing with a lot of old veteran actors, all doing their different characters, and they have different fighting styles, which obviously translate to different sound effects, such as all the flame effects and all the crashing and like sword clashing and all of that.
Ice tubas.
Ice tubas, right. Yeah, and a lot of the dialogue is technically has to be put under an effect because they all wear their helmets all the time. And in fact, I think Obi does entire paragraphs with his helmet on.
Yeah, Obi is the one that this affects probably the most, really.
I love you, Akitaro. I love you, Obi.
Obi,
be my dad.
Obi, best dad.
Okay, excuse me, Benimaru exists.
Okay.
Look, best dad to me is Obi. Best dad to you is Benimaru.
But anyways...
Benimaru's husband's nicer anyway.
Anyways. And so, the mixing for Fire Force really stood out to me. But for my gold award, and this one was the clincher. Imagine how hard it is to do the mixing on a simul-dub week by week.
Right.
How hard it already is.
Mm-hmm.
Now imagine having to do the work on 2 different studios on 2 different areas of the world and still pull it out all the original cast members every single week.
Okay.
I cannot
I
imagine how difficult it was to do the weekly mixes for Isekai Quartet because this has never happened before. You have 2 shows dubbed in LA with their own cast of characters and 2 shows dubbed in Dallas with their own cast of characters. How on earth are you going to make them consistently come together and put together product on a weekly basis? I don't know, but they did it. And so, I think absolutely for the first time anything to this scale has been done. The people who did the mixing behind Isekai Quartet have my infinite respect.
And now they get to do it again.
Yes.
With 3 California shows.
Oh, God.
Look forward to season 2 in January, or out now by the time this will be out.
Look forward to hopefully Kazuma dunking Naofumi like the bitch he is.
Side note.
Kazuma, do make it a solid.
Side note. Props to Jeremy Inman who directed that show.
Yes.
And like wrangling these 4 different casts too. So props to him.
Props to Jeremy Inman for doing what Netflix can't.
Oh.
Anyway, Megan.
What?
Stop it.
So my best sound mixing, my silver award is going to go to something that I think a lot of people are going to be very surprised about.
Okay.
And it goes to a show that not only looks like it came from a different era, it sounds like it came from a different era. So my silver medal actually goes to Megalobox.
Okay.
Because the sound mixing to me on sports anime is already very tough as it is. You have all of the grunts and reaction sounds, plus all of just the sounds of the equipment. And for boxing, that's a lot of punching and stuff. But Megalobox also sounds like it's a dub that came out when, like, Cowboy Bebop came out. Because that's the aesthetic of the show.
Yep.
So I really want to give credit to its mix team, both its main engineers, its assistant engineers, and its re-record engineers, which are... I looked all of these up via ANN. Jun Umeda, April Machado, Jonathan Martin, Jonathan Kermerman, and Michael Brooks. However, my gold award goes for the biggest, loudest fucking thing I watched all goddamn year.
Okay.
It was big, it was loud, it had a himbo, it had a twink, and it had some crispy free ham. So, one of the things I will say this, please watch Promare when it comes out on DVD. Promare is a fucking visual spectacle. My thoughts on the story elements aside, but I really do want to give props to Oscar Garcia and Gary J. Coppola for their sound mix on this movie. Promare sounded fucking incredible in theaters with the mix of the music, the sounds. The quiet moments were super quiet. Everything was accented perfectly. I absolutely loved the sound mix for Promare.
Alrighty. So, starting us off, Noah Clue's pick for best sound mixing goes to Girls' Last Tour.
Okay, yep.
The varied metal locations of Girls' Last Tour required the VAs to sound believably planted in worlds of pipes, tanks, factories, and machinery.
Yep.
Every episode matches the setting with ambience and emotion of exploring this endless, abandoned environment.
I can agree with that.
Jet's pick for best sound mixing goes to Saint Seiya, Knights of the Zodiac. Just to clarify, these are two different shows. Recording a new dub for a series as old as Saint Seiya is no easy feat, but the team at Sentai managed to pull it off, and the sound mixing for the dub played a huge part in making that work, as everything from the sound effects to the extra echo for when attack names are shouted really helped to capture how overtly 80s the show is, and it helped the dub to replicate that same feeling.
Okay.
Root's pick for best sound mixing goes to Fire Force. In terms of audio production, David Production action series tend to have a loud and bombastic sound effects track. Funimation's audio engineers did a fantastic job of balancing out the music and sound effects while not drowning out the dialogue in combat. Gigi's pick for best sound mixing goes to I Want to Eat Your Pancreas. I always give my sound mixing awards to the quiet anime, the ones that don't have tons of explosions or fights, because those are the ones that could get overlooked. In my opinion, it's much more difficult to get it right when everything is muted instead of super loud, and the sound mixing did its job to set the tone of this tragic movie. My pick for best sound mixing also goes to Promare. Through the fire and the flames, this dub carries on with a big torch of energy and sound design. Wonderful dub performances complemented by the action sound effects and fire ice, balanced out perfectly with some great Sawano tracks. Now, if you'll excuse me, I gotta blast Kakusei for the 100th time again.
Oh boy.
Kakusei.
Inferno's
This is getting
better.
over my head.
Question.
Fuck off,
Fuck
you're
off.
wrong. Anyways.
Hey, Hardy, hold on. Hey, Andrew, can we do one more giant Cray Foresight? 1, 2, 3.
Cray Foresight!
I don't even know what's happening right now.
Wait until you meet Leo Fautier, the bestest little boy ever.
Okay. Anyway.
The bestest son who is also probably older than me.
Anyway.
Amon's pick for best sound mixing goes to No Guns Life. No Guns Life doesn't just invoke the look of noir movies, it also sounds like an authentic noir as well. You have expect Humphrey Bogart, or at least Elliot Gould, to come around the corner and start asking Juzo some questions. Excellent stuff. Jamal's pick for best sound design goes to Kimono Friends. The interlacing of the ADR dialogue and the dubstep background in the show provides, as well as Sky Dreamers, struck a great balance with each other without either side being overbearing to the ears. As I said before, in the episode, sound cadence does great quality work, and Kimono Friends is no exception.
Okay. And for Jackson?
And for Editor's Choice, Jackson picked Fire Force. An important part of Fire Force is the ambience and silence, not just the fire and explosion sound effects. Large rooms sound cavernous. The voice filters on the Infernals sound monstrous, and there's no difficulty understanding what's being yelled at during all the loud action scenes.
So, who's ready to get a little magic in our lives?
It's Megan's favorite award!
Magic, magic, magic.
For the 5th year, one of our favorite awards. I'm gonna call it its technical full title. The Josh Greeley Award for voice acting black magic. Because technically that is legit.
That is the actual factual textual name of the sport.
This was originally started because of Josh Greeley's performance in...
No, it was not. Shut your fucking mouth.
What?
Technically, it was actually Ian Sinclair's fault.
Technically, it was Ian's fault,
Sinclair,
but Josh cemented
perfected it.
Josh perfected it. That's why it's the Josh Greeley Award for voice acting black magic.
Too many wizards will spoil the pot.
Yes. But anyway, our voice acting black magic award is the award where it's like, holy shit, that was this was X in this show, in Y show? What the fuck? I didn't even know that.
Or it's a performance so good you swore they sold their soul to the devil.
Yeah. Basically. So, my 2 awards. Unfortunately, one of the awards, though, I actually haven't gotten very far in the show, but thinking about it, I had to put it in here for reasons. And the first one, the gold award is also fun.
You mean silver? Oh, sorry.
Well, both of them are interesting. My silver award, though, I haven't gotten too far into this show. I am way behind on this show. However, when fucking Megan yells at you for trying to try and guess who this fucker is at a convention in real time at a fucking convention in a hotel room.
Oh fuck!
And then
so
you feel
drunk
like you're the stupidest idiot in the world. So my silver award is Garrett Storms and Ensemble Stars.
I'd like to point out that Steph actually figured out who it was before we told her. It was Jet who could not figure it out.
Oh yeah, it was Jet. But still, the reaction though.
Jet kind of looks at me like we're all in the bed in the room. Jet looks at me like, wait, what the fuck? I thought that was Dallas.
No, but admittedly, it took several hints before I could figure out it was Garrett. I couldn't tell. But my gold award, I didn't know he was capable of this. And while I did consider him also for Golden Ham, because there's no way this is a Black Magic Award without it being as hammy as it was. But goddammit. Some people may not enjoy the performance. I thought it was fun. Tyler Walker and Sarin Zanmai is my gold winner for voice acting Black Magic this year. Because I did not know that was Tyler Walker. I couldn't hear Tyler Walker. I heard something else entirely. I didn't know what the fuck was going on with my life or my world that day. But he kind of cemented himself from day one for me on this one.
Pole dance. Spider Cappy.
Spider Cappy. Does whatever a Spider
Cappy does.
So does he swing from a web? No, he doesn't, because he's a Cappy.
Look out!
Here
It's
comes
Prince Celestia.
He is Princess Celestia.
God damn it. But yeah, Tyler Walker and Garrett Storms. Interesting combination for me this year.
If I can say, here it is. Spider Cappy does whatever a spider can. Sucks some ass from teenage boys. Gets them to become some anal toys. Look out! Here comes Spider Cappy.
Damn it!
Ew!
He does! They literally turn into little Kappa anal beads!
They do, actually.
Sarazamnai is a trip, you guys.
Yes.
Sarazamnai is great. Please watch it.
No. I just remember, small tangent. I remember when you guys maybe watched the first episode of the Japanese.
Steph looked
And
at
I
us like she
busted.
was going... Hardy, you don't understand. I swear to God, I thought Steph was gonna pull out a knife.
I was like, what the
She just
fuck
looks
am I
at us and goes,
watching?
Why?
Yup. I was asking that for a solid like 5 to 10 minutes.
My favorite reaction to her entire thing is when she found out it was a musical.
Yep.
I mean, that was the biggest twist, was that it was a musical.
It wasn't that they turned into Kappas by being eaten and coming out of Kepi's ass. It was that it was a musical.
Yeah.
It also wasn't the anal beads, it was it being a musical.
Thanks, Ikuhara!
Ikuhara, you bastard. Anyway, Hardy,
Yes.
your picks for voice acting Black Magic, please.
All right. Well, these are some interesting picks for this year. One, you probably... Even I didn't see this one coming. But one thing about SDI Media and Splice Bread Productions, when they do dubs for Netflix and stuff like that, one of the things they are guilty of is reusing the same actor over and over and over again in minor roles in the same dub.
Okay.
And this actor was no exception. They played a lot of other smaller parts in this dub as well. But it's for this not the secondary character who doesn't really have much of an impact on the story per se. But I did not know that this person could even make anything resembling this voice.
Okay.
And this is from an act.
I kind of know where I know which show it is.
This
I have no idea.
This actress, I've actually has been one that has had to grow on me over the years. But man, I did not know that Christine Marie Cabanos could be a sportscaster.
Yeah!
Yes.
She's a good one, too.
She is. And for Kengan
Kengan
Ashura.
Ashura.
Yeah.
Kengan Ashura.
Okay, something I haven't seen. Okay, makes sense.
You watched the first episode. You literally watched
You watched Keith
Silverstein
come
fuck a
inside
baby into a
woman.
prostitute.
Oh, it's that one!
Yes.
Yeah.
That show.
No, on the second half of the show, she plays this ring announcer, and she is the one that does all the play-by-plays. And girl,
Introduces all the fighters.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, and girl, she could just she could be right up there with Stephen A. and Howard Cosell. So
Yo, I'd hear her announce shit.
Howdy, Cowboys
Yo,
fans.
I'd listen to her commentate at EVO.
really,
That's Faye Mata's job.
oh yeah, But-
You know what? You're right. That is Faye Mata's
Yeah.
job.
Anyway.
Howdy,
they can
Cowboys
switch off
fans.
anyways. But yeah, I did not know that she was capable of that voice, and it really blew me away. So, but for my Gold Award, and I want to put this out as an honorable mention. For the longest time, it was Sonny Strait and Fire Force's Joker, because I
Okay.
did not know that he could go that low with his register and make a character sound that sinister. And it was for the longest time it was that. But then I happened to watch a little movie late in this year. A little movie called One Piece Stampede.
Ooh.
I think I'm about to know where
I know where
this
this.
is
I know what
going.
this is.
Okay. I watched that entire film not knowing who voiced the main villain. For the longest time, I thought it was Ray Chase. It was not until I got home, got on Twitter, and saw that this actor posted that he was this, that I actually realized who it was. And it should be, I should be more shocked than I am. It's the motherfucking wizard Damon Mills.
And I would like to preface, I have also seen the movie One Piece Stampede, in English as well. I'm very familiar with Damon Mills as an actor now. I still couldn't believe that was fucking Damon Mills!
We all forget, though, he did do Yakov.
It's not even Yakov!
Well, I'm just saying,
This-
he's very capable.
This voice that he produced for this film sounds nothing like anything he has ever done before that I've heard from. And considering
my
that's
God.
Damon Mills, that says volumes.
A lot.
Yeah, I bet. I didn't get to see Stampede,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, no, I still really appreciated Sonny as Joker, but I mean, Damon, at the last minute, he came in and swept the gold away, so.
He took the treasure.
Yeah.
He took the treasure. He took the One Piece.
All right, Megan, your awards, please.
Okay, so both of these are going to be really unexpected.
Uh-oh.
And the gold one comes with what can possibly be described as the dumbest fucking story of 2019.
Oh, God.
Oh, boy.
So far.
That involves the... Okay, this is the year where we had a story about a bunch of feral hogs eating $22,000 in cocaine. And a voice actor being banned by his own TV show's Twitter.
Oh, God.
4 times.
Yup. Demon Slayer.
4 times. Hi, Natsuki Hayane.
Yes, hi, Natsuki Hayane.
Hi, Natsuki Hayane. You're a good boy. He does Let's Plays with Ono Kencho. So my silver award goes to the fact that I never knew that this actress could do a little boy voice. And they did quite the little boy voice that ripped my goddamn heart out into many, many pieces. So here's to you, Madeline Morris, as Hidetaka in Coach Key.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Where she plays a little boy who is... I can't say it nicely in this state, but Hidetaka is a very good, sweet boy who is done in by very bad deeds, and it's a very tragic and it's just sweet performance. I would have never known it was Madeline Morris if I hadn't looked it up. But here comes the Gold Award for voice acting Black Magic in 2019.
Oh, boy.
There's a small independent series called Ensemble Stars.
Oh, God.
Also done by David Production. In Ensemble Stars, there's a very small, crazy little group called Valkyrie, who's led by a not all there man named Shu. I want to preference this by saying that I've watched only the first half of Ensemble Stars, unfortunately, at the time of this recording. I plan on finishing it. Within the first 12 episodes of the show, I would like to point out that there are 2 immaculately done backstory episodes. Marionette is the first, I think the first one's called Doll or Marionette. And the second one involves, Anthony Bowling, Aaron Roberts, Aaron Dismuke, Justin Briner, and Derek Snow. But the first one involves, Steven Sanders, Clifford Chapin, and the actor that I'm going to give this award to, and I want to build up to this. When I first heard this performance, I could not figure out who played this character. And due to some circumstances, the cast listing for this took about a month to go up for this episode. I don't know what happened on the back end, and we asked Funimation, Andrew and I asked multiple people there for months who it was. For about a month who it was. And what I would do is I would pull up the clip, 2 people that I could, and have them listen to it. Gigi, Stephanie, Lilac, Andrew, Roots. I believe I had you in on this at one point, Hardy.
I guess? I don't know.
Okay, you may have not, and myself. So I'd like to point out that this is 5 different people on the podcast, plus Beth, our friend Beth, who is in the Guest in Anime. Mm-hmm. She could not figure it out. We thought it was a multitude of people, not limited to both Blake Shepard and Chris Patton at points.
Oh, this one, yep. I remember where this is going now.
I would like to point out that this performance is incredibly captivating. It is manic, tragic, funny, it is all over the place. And its end result of what happens in that episode is absolutely heartbreaking. Ensemble Stars is a weird-ass show, but if I ever had to encourage anybody to check out 2 episodes, I would encourage the backstory for this character. This award goes to Sean Gadd.
Okay.
in Ensemble Stars as Shu. Because when you can fool 5 people for a month, that takes a lot. And it's a really good performance. Also, in the lines of the Invader Zim movie that just came out this year, do you see this ham? Pay attention, kids. It's going to be important later.
Oh my god.
Fuck.
Anyway, go ahead.
Alright, Andrew.
Alrighty. So, lot of wizards this year.
So many.
Who went with which wizard? Let's see.
Just freaking tell us.
For voice acting Black Magic, Noah Clue went with Sarah Wiedenhef for Sarazan Mai. Renowned for her...
Renowned.
Okay, I'm gonna call out your spelling again. Renowned doesn't have a K, I don't think.
Yes, it does.
Yes, it
It
does.
does?
It does.
Yep.
He's
Okay.
right.
Okay, shit, never mind.
Denied.
Renowned
Surprise,
for her
motherfucker.
high-pitched, cutesy voice, Sarah really stretched her chops as the sultry, otherworldly idol of a kappa, quite unlike any voice I've heard from her before. You might even call it utterly amazing.
Oh god damn it.
I thought he was going to say it was Kappa evading.
Oh shit, that is better. Step your game up, Noah. Jet
Holy shit,
went with Kellen
do I get
Goff.
to stay on the bus for that?
Yes.
Yes.
Jet's pick for voice acting Black Magic goes to Kellen Goff for One Punch Man Season 2.
Okay.
Even though I'm still not super familiar with Kellen Goff's range, I've gotten pretty used to his performance as Overhaul in My Hero Academia. So seeing him go from that to a voice that straight up felt like I was listening to Dr. Claw from Inspector Gadget when I first heard him as Goketsu was kind of nuts. And it really makes me want to see more of what he's capable of. Roots' pick for voice acting Black Magic goes to Aaron Roberts for Fire Force.
Okay.
Summed up in 4 words, bullshit, that's Aaron Roberts. I still don't believe it.
There's your DILF, Megan.
Yay.
Benimaru.
My boyfriend knows how to provide for me.
And Gigi's pick for voice acting Black Magic goes to Damon Mills for One Piece Stampede.
Oh, there we go.
I was at the theater watching this. Please keep in mind I know next to nothing about One Piece other than what figures to buy for my boyfriend, and that Sanji is everyone's husbando. That's a weird way of saying ace. And I turned...
I mean, you're not wrong, but Sanji, thank you, Gigi.
And I turned to the boyfriend and said, "Is that bad guy Damon Mills?" "No, it can't be him. Never mind. It's too low and scary." Lo and behold, credits roll, and I was right all along. Damon has voice acting Black Magic in his soul, and I love it so much.
I love you, Gigi.
And my voice acting Black Magic award goes to Damon Mills for
What?
Kono Ototomare Sounds of Life.
What? Koda Oto.
Damon Mills had a very good year, and I could have given this to one of several performances, but I wanted to personally highlight his role in Kono Ototomare for playing a troubled, angry teenager with a heart of gold, Chika Kudo. I couldn't believe that was Damon when I first heard it, but with some voice acting Black Magic, he made Chika funny, emotional, and very endearing. A career best, if I do say so myself.
Okay, next.
Amon's pick is also Damon Mills for Kono Ototomare.
What?
He says, "Look, I've accepted that I'm never going to recognize Damon in a dub as long as I live, so I'm going to take this spot to propose my crackpot theory that Damon is actually an anime character who got isekai'd into the real world, which is why he is so good at this and why he can make his hair look like that all the time."
I love you, Amon.
I mean, didn't someone
Oh my god.
didn't someone mention he kind of looks exactly like Dante?
That was
Yes,
me.
That was Megan.
That was
And
Megan.
he has actually cosplayed as Sephiroth as well.
Oh my god,
He-
that's hilarious.
Can petition to get Damon Mills to cosplay as Chico?
Can we?
Yes!
Damon!
David,
Can
if
we
you're
make
listening...
Alejandro be his character too?
Fuck yeah!
David, if you're listening, please and thank you.
Damon, if you're listening, please. Chica gives me life. Please.
Bonus point if you can somehow pick up a Koto.
Oh my god.
Jamal's pick is for Madeline Morris for Zarn Zamnai.
Okay.
Just when I thought I've gotten used to Madeline's range, she manages to pull one out of left field. No, that's not a reference to Mix. as young Kazuki, which was very surprising to me. I'm amazed how well her range has expanded within the year. Jackson's editor's choice goes to Colleen Klinkenbeard for Fruits Basket 2019.
Okay, I can see it. Yep.
Colleen's is a voice I am very familiar with as many shonen heroes and adult women. And as Akito Soma, she twists the familiar into something unrecognizable. It is cruel and bone-chilling and sweetly seductive. Let's put our wands away for now and move on.
Alright.
But now what am I gonna do with this? But now what am I gonna do with all these frogs?
Oh, Jesus. Alright. So, we put the wizard hats away. We don't have the magic wands anymore.
Aww.
However...
But me and Hardy went out and drank some blood, but the people were on drugs, and now we're wizards.
Oh, God.
That sounds like
Right,
a
That's
Marty?
right. Now,
That
let me put
sounds
this
like a...
orange road cone on my head.
On my head.
Oh, God.
Me and Hardy were hanging out in the shadows.
Sounds like a personal problem. But instead of...
You're no fun.
Look. Instead of...
Put on the cone,
Like,
Stephanie!
you're not a real mom.
Little mom.
That's because I'm not.
That's it, I'm getting a new MILF with better cookies.
Oh my god.
Come along, Hardy, we have creamier pies to find.
I mean, to be fair...
Holy shit, that was bad. Shit, that was...
So, what I'm trying to segue this into... We don't need the wizarding hats or the magic wands. Instead, what we're gonna be doing now is putting on our capes. Our superhero capes. Megan, would you do us the honor to present this year's Unsung Hero Award, please?
Alright, it's time for the Unsung Hero Award where we at the Dub Talk Podcast come together and give an award to somebody in the anime community who is necessarily not an actor or a director or an engineer or a writer, but they do something to better the dub community. And in a year where there's a lot going on, sometimes you realize that you're not alone in the fight to, like, talk about this stuff, because as much as you would like to think that, like, 2019 we're still not having the ew, you're somebody who watches dub debates, unfortunately we still are.
Yep.
And there's a lot of really shitty misconceptions about the industry or about the process, and we still live in a day and age where sites can be like, this is where companies can still do sub versus dub and shit and can't even credit their actors. But there's another group out there who works really hard to kind of end these misconceptions in a format that doesn't involve a bunch of idiots screaming into a mic for 3 hours.
I.e. us.
I.e. us. So this year our unsung heroes are the Cartoon Cypher, a YouTube channel dedicated to discussion of the English language anime dubs and music that are run by 4 people, including their editor, Bobby, AJ, and Migo. But really, these guys do so much hard work. They do interviews, they do editorial pieces that are some of the most stunningly edited shit I have ever watched in my life. So shout out to one of their editors, Nice or Mr. Nice Guy on Twitter.
Mr. Nice Guy.
Mr. Nice Guy. If you want to follow the Cartoon Cypher, they are at the Cartoon Cypher, at Cartoon Cypher on Twitter. But they are also, if you want to follow the other people who do it, at Mr. AJ Cosplay, at RB Kapoor1, and at _MIGUO. These guys really do a lot for the community, and they promote English dubs and people who want to love and support them at all costs, and they really are kind of the unsung warriors in the trenches on the YouTubes, on the very broken, shitty ass YouTubes.
Oh boy.
So thank you guys for all the love and support that you give to this industry. And that's the unsung hero award. They are really eloquent guys,
Yeah.
and I say this as somebody who who bumbles around on her words a lot and is very actually like who actually hates how she speaks. So like I love those guys. They are some of the nicest, most professional people you'll ever get the chance to meet as well. So
we actually met AJ too.
AJ's good
at
people.
Anime NYC. He's good people.
I've known AJ for I've kind of known AJ for a while, and he's very nice people.
Yes. But yeah, congratulations to the Cartoon Cypher
guys.
for as our 2019 Unsung Hero.
Sung heroes.
Yep.
Well said.
I'm trying not to cry. Oh God, Megan,
drink more.
Megan,
drink more.
No more alcohol.
No more alcohol.
Darn. Okay.
Megan's at. I can taste the cosmos emotions.
Got it. We don't want to push that further. But anyway, let's move on to our next category. We're gonna do more performance awards, but this is gonna be just the fun generic ones that we usually do. Not the creative ones we have, but the generic ones, because those are fun too. We're gonna start with our best performance for best female performance in a dub for comedy. And the name is exactly as describes the award right there.
Are you a lady in an English dub who is doing a comedic role or dub or performance?
Get in the bus.
Get in the Japari bus.
So mine is actually easy. My comedies, here's the thing with me. I realized I didn't watch that many comedies this year, unfortunately. But it actually made my life easy because I have exactly 2 picks for both male and female. For the females, they're both rather fun and interesting performances. For my silver award, this performance is from a show that's very, very minimalistic in terms of its setting, its characters, because there's really only 2.
There's really only 2.
But it still has that emotional impact and that dystopian feel to it. However, in terms of this performance, being the lighthearted, like optimistic and fun, peppy girl as she is, I had to give it to Juliet Simmons for Girls Last Tour.
I'm a fish cheat.
It was just so fun and cute, and it just, with the show being what it is, and being as dark as it could get, having Juliet as
she's kind of like a ray of grim dark sunshine.
She is a little ray of sunshine in this gray dark world. Yui, right?
Yes.
Yui. It's been a while since I watched the show. Yes, Juliet Simmons is just so cutesy and adorable, and it's a breath of fresh air that's needed in a series like Girls Last Tour. If you've ever seen Girls Last Tour, you understand why. If you haven't seen Girls Last Tour, you really should.
She literally sings a song about how everything is hopeless.
Yes.
And it's adorable.
Hopeless. It's hopeless. It's so cute. My gold award, though, was cemented in the winter. Again, I didn't watch a lot of comedies, which shame on me. But, there's something to be said when you get to play animal characters, but real, actual characters that are their inner thoughts and feelings and emotions. And it's just true to life. My gold award actually goes to Jade Saxton for My Roommate is a Cat.
Aww.
'Cause Haru is so cute and adorable, and being able to... Haru is a cat. Legit.
Wait, you didn't tell me he was a cat.
Shut up. Like, there's nothing special, there's nothing unique about it, there's nothing crazy, she's not anthropomorphic or all this fun stuff, there's no quirks to it. Haru is just a cat. So the natural tendencies of felines are on display with this, and I think Jade does that fantastically. She also does very well with some of the curiosity, as well as the confusion of, like, why is this human like this? What's wrong with him? Like, and basically trying to bridge the gap for,
You're gonna starve, you stupid idiot.
Yep, you're gonna starve, you stupid idiot. You need to eat, you need to survive. But also bridging the gap with, I forgot Austin's character's name offhand.
Subaru.
Thank you. Subaru. Subaru's social anxiety, similar to what Ruth was talking about earlier when he was giving Austin one of his awards. The social anxiety, the kind of recluse standoffishness that Subaru has. Jade's performance as Haru was there to kind of help bridge that gap a little bit more. So even though there are some raw, emotional, and dramatic moments in the show itself, Haru is just so adorable. Haru is the best cat in anime. You can fight me on it. I don't care. And Jade's performance as Haru for My Roommate as a Cat is definitely my favorite female comedic performance of the year. Mm-hmm. Hardy, can you give us your best performances in a dub for comedy for the ladies, please?
Funny you should mention Jade Saxton, or My Roommate as a Cat, as that is my choice for silver.
Hey!
Yeah.
Yay!
For once, Stephanie and I didn't do the mind meld.
It was Hardy and I this time.
Actually, no. Best mind meld between you and I was last year for Best Actress, but that's a different subject entirely.
Oh God, what did we pick last
Violet
year?
Evergarden and Zero
Oh
Two.
Yep. We had that was our best mind meld. Anyway.
Yeah. Anyways, you're right. Yes, because it's very interesting because Jade has played animal characters before. Mm-hmm. In fact, she's actually played other cats before, but.
Carla.
Unlike Carla, Haru doesn't have wings. She can't talk. She can't fly.
Does Tamaki count?
Well, that's
maybe.
It's a cat girl.
Anyways, continue, Hardy.
But anyways, yeah, on a lot of the same points that you mentioned, she really picks up on the whole cat-like experience. Like you could imagine I could imagine going to the shop and looking at my cat and having a similar sort of attitude and mental process. My cat's a bitch, by the way. That's why she lives at the shop.
Why do I feel like your cat?
I love your cat, though.
Hardy, I feel like Lily, drinks shitty whiskey and shit talks you.
But yeah, no, there's nothing to it. It's just a cat.
Right.
Haru is just a cat. There's nothing special.
Yeah. And so that's why she gets my silver award. For my gold award... And I think Megan's gonna have it out with me on this one.
Uh-oh.
Oh, we're gonna fight, and I can't wait!
Oh, no.
Because I think we probably picked the same actress, and for the longest time, it was going to be for one show. But then this other show came out and took the craziness and amped it up to 11. And so, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Megan.
I know you're sorry. You can make it up to me in Memphis.
I love the electricity rap as much as you do.
You can make it up to me in the Bass Pro Shop pyramid.
But I gotta go with Madeline Morris on How Heavy Are the Dumbbells You Lift.
Why am I not surprised with this? But I love you anyway.
Yeah.
I would like to point out that for the fan vote,
Oh God!
When it came to Madeline Morris, it was literally a gender divide.
With deciding on what performance.
Which Madeline. All the boys went Hardy. All the girls went me.
Which we'll get to you in a minute.
Yeah. But, man, some of the lines she pulls out on this, like, what is it, chest boulders and...
it looks like a gorilla! It looks like a Moe Man's photoshopped to a gorilla.
There's so many things that she just says throughout the show that are just so funny.
Some of her facial reactions can even put the ones in Cautious Hero to shame, honestly. But she has such a range from when she's squeeing with glee to when she's being a little pervy to when her swimsuit breaks and she's so embarrassed. But yeah, it was a tough call between Madeline in this and Meiji Tokyo Renka. And while I like both performances, I think this one won out for me.
This one flexed just a little hard.
Oh, yes.
God damn it.
No pussy for Andrew tonight.
You don't make that call. Fuck off.
No, but
I do sometimes.
But I do.
Yeah.
No muffin cookies for you.
Don't make me break out the spray bottle, you two.
All I remember is that at A-Fest this year, we played a prank on Hardy, in which Roots was actually supposed to call me when you guys were in the elevator so that we could have made loud sexual moaning in the room from everybody who was there. But my phone was on silent, so I missed it.
Oh my god.
But what we did was we put a sock on the door while Hardy was out getting us dinner with Roots and, Beth, I think?
Yep.
I think it was Roots, Beth, and Logan. All went out to go get food.
Raising kids.
I remember.
And we put a sock on the door. And I swear to God, Hardy opened the door with this furious vengeance, like, what the fuck, you guys? And we're all sitting there, like, fully clothed, looking at him. We're like, hey man, welcome back, you got the chicken?
It's literally like that one scene online. Are you two having sex in here? It's like, why didn't you tell me? I would have put my book down.
No. But if here's the group dynamic with Dub Talk. If I'm the mom, Hardy is the very strict dad. He's like, I will get the spray bottle.
Before I go on to my other pick, my other favorite story from A-Fest, which I don't think we got to record, was everybody else went to go get Whataburger, which I did not keep down yet again. But while you were gone, we were like, what do we need to show each other? And it was just Steph, Andrew, Jet, and me.
Oh, I remember this.
And I go, well, Jet, no time like the present. You've never seen Hitalia, right?
no.
He tried to escape.
And Jet tried to escape, and my immediate reaction was to tackle him.
Tackle him,
And to
grab
put
him,
him
throw him
onto
on
the
the bed. To which
bed
I'm
and hold
sitting
him
on
down.
this bed, just laughing my ass off.
But we did finally get to show Steph what 50% off was.
All right. So
So it's time for comedy.
Yes, Megan, please.
So my silver award, because Hardy's already ruined my gold, my silver award goes to a show that got a lot of people's attention,
Mm-hmm.
but not the actress that you would have expected from it.
Okay.
Because while this other person did get onto our fan vote list, it was another woman in the show who stole my heart.
Okay.
And that is Leah Clark as Mio in Nichijou.
Ah, okay.
I lost my fucking shit at every scene she's in. She is the straight man to Morgan Garrett's dumbass. And she is an absolute riot. And she has these scenes where she's like freaking out about people finding out that she draws BL, and Leah's delivery of the line, my bouquet of boys.
banquet of boys.
My banquet of boys actually destroyed me as a human being. I'd also like to point out that her bouncing off of Maxie Whitehead as her older sister, like when she's fed the dried fish jam, which is as disgusting as you can imagine. And she goes, and that was the first and last time I ever had dry fish. And she is just, poor Mio is made to suffer. Being Mio is suffering.
Doing her best.
She's a good girl.
And here's the other thing. My mom watched like a decent, like the last 5 episodes of Nichijou with me. She actually genuinely, I think, kind of enjoyed it. And Mio has this kind of really touching moment where she goes like, every day is a set of little miracles. And my mom goes, oh, that's such a nice sentiment. And then my other sentiment, wow, that girl can screech really loudly.
Sounds like your mom.
So this goes to Leah as Mio because she was such a fucking treasure. And I think a lot of people really gave Morgan Garrett her due for Nichijou, but I think Leah was probably my own personal favorite. But like Hardy said, we got some fighting words.
Fight.
So the best battle in Morris this year was Mei from Meiji Tokyo Renka, who gets my gold. Because, let's be real, otome anime protagonists don't have personalities.
Yep, it's true.
Literally, the one in Amnesia doesn't even have a fucking name.
Yes, we're looking at you, Heroine.
We're looking at you,
then
Heroine,
we
and
have
not the kind you melt and put into a needle.
Then we have Yui from Diabolic Lovers, who's
literally a wet paper towel,
wet piece of cardboard.
What's her nuts from Wookiee's Conflict doesn't really got one. The girl in Stand My Heroes is okay.
Cordelia,
But-
I don't realize has some personality, which is good.
The point being, most of the otame
Cordelia,
are not
at least Cordelia can throw a punch. But Mei is such a little treasure, and I love her and her roast beef loving ass. Also, Ogai, Shunso, Mei, OT3 forever.
Shunso is best boy, though.
But Ogai Mori begs to differ, and at least this one's not a pedophile.
Fair.
Thank you to all 5 people who get that joke. Meiji Tokyo Renka is such an interesting show that had a really great ensemble cast. It really did. But Madeline Morris is the absolute heart of that cast. without Madeline's energy and exuberance and adorableness, I think Meiji Tokyo Renka's dub would have fallen apart.
Yep.
She was the absolute perfect fit as May, and also her rap game is good. It's a spark of inspiration, you could say.
Yes.
So here's to you, Maddie, and I can't wait for Steph to finally send me my copy.
Working on it. I'm considering ordering it and sending to me because I magically do have something else to send to you eventually anyway that I've been meaning to give to you. Anyways, Andrew, what did our other hosts / editors pick for their best female performance in a comedy?
For best female in a comedy, Noah Clue went with Madeline Morris for How Heavy Are the Dumbbells You Lift.
I'm gonna sense a pattern right off the bat here.
Noah says, wise men say the key to comedy is timing, but actually it's this adorably thirsty gym rat who makes every comedic situation over the top with sly wit and nerdy freaks outs. True laughs come from within. Okay, that's great. Jet's pick for best female in a comedy goes to Christina V for Konosuba.
Okay, yep.
There were some pretty funny performances in the Konosuba dub, but no one managed to consistently get a laugh out of me quite like Christina V did as Darkness. There was at least 1,000,001 ways Darkness's masochism gag could have gone from amusing to gross, but Christina's delivery managed to tread that thin line perfectly, and her antics always had me rolling. She was just as good at making Darkness feel very sincere and just whenever the character was actually being knightly, and it was all-around fun performance. Roots of Justice's pick for best female in a comedy goes to Danny Chambers for Endro. Danny Chambers plays a rather simple character with the pep and energy that elevates it into a wonderful performance. Gigi's pick for best female in a comedy goes to Madeline Morris for Meiji Tokyo Renka.
Hey!
It's very hard to voice an Otome protag because the game adaptations make her completely bland for the most part. So the player can self-insert herself onto the character and date all the boys.
Is that in all caps?
It was in all caps.
Hell yeah!
In Meiji Tokyo Renka, Mei has to be a self-insert, a heroine, somebody the audience needs to root for, and have good comedic timing. Maddie puts all of that and more into her performance, and that's so hard to do. I never, ever thought I'd give an award to any Otome protag for anything ever, but she has proved me wrong. Congrats. My pick for best female in a comedy goes to Morgan Lorraine Garrett for Nichijou My Ordinary Life. 2019 was a year full of really funny anime ladies. This was by hard the hardest choice I had to make all year. It ultimately came down to Madeline Morris for Dumbbells or Morgan for Nichijou. In the end, I had to give it to one of the biggest surprise performances I've ever heard from Morgan, along with the biggest gutbusters I've had watching anime all year. She is perfection as Yuko. Amon's pick is also Morgan Lorraine Garrett for Nichijou. I cannot think of any other human being playing this role. Morgan is Yuko. It is a perfect performance. She makes worried chewing sounds in character. Jamal's pick for best female in a comedy goes to Madeline Morse for How Heavy Are the Dumbbells You Lift. If you didn't see this coming, then I don't know what to tell you. 2019 proved to be a fruitful year for Maddie, as her performance as Hibiki Sakura was not only true to herself, but to the audience as well. She was able to match her first time Seiyu beat to beat in this comedic timing department, as well as playing up Hibiki's subtleties. I really hope she considers doing stand-up one day. Okay?
And Jackson.
Jackson is also for Morgan Lorraine Garrett as in Nichijou My Ordinary Life. Morgan as Yuko is capable of many different types of comedy, from absurd overreaction to understated deliveries. One of my biggest laughs this year was for a very quiet, defeated, "Can I see your statue" thing. A lot of consistency for this one.
A lot of Madelines and a few Morgan Lorraine Garretts in there.
There were some good performances this year.
All
Anyways.
right. But since we're done with the ladies of comedy, let's talk about the men in comedy.
The manly men.
Our next award is for the best male performance in a dub for comedy. Like I said with my picks for ladies, I actually again I didn't get to watch that many comedies because I'm an idiot. But I did exactly have 2 picks for this award. My silver award goes to a man in a series I need to catch up on very badly. However, dude's an asshole. The biggest fucking asshole in the whole show. But I love every second of it. I still can't believe it's fucking Wishbone of all people. My silver award goes to Larry Brantley for Africa's Salaryman.
I'm a toucan!
Toucan is such a dick. He's such a dick. And
I'm in debt, but don't worry, I've got my 3 girlfriends to pay it for me.
So it's all good.
like, Toucan is an asshole, but he's the kind you just love to hate. He really is.
Toucan is the worst boy of 2019.
Yep.
Oh wait, no that's not. It's now Fumi.
Oh, you're right.
True.
But, yeah, like...
She says it. She shouldn't say it, but it's true.
I mean, let's be real here. Like, the second you start watching Larry Brantley as Toucan and Africa Salaryman is like, you're just off and running. He just goes and steals the show most of the time. And especially with such a fantastic cast, too, of, like, Chris George and Ian Sinclair and all these other people. But
Ben Phillips is the world's most asshole turtle.
Ben Phillips is
Mr. Turtle. President Turtle strikes again.
But yeah, well, I do have to really catch up on Africa Salaryman. Larry Brantley definitely stole my silver. However, my gold award, it should come as no surprise, at least to Andrew, because he knows what I did at this point. So, one of the genres that is very hard to decipher as to which of the 2 categories it should fall under, drama or comedy, is shonen, right? So, because it can be very action-oriented, it can have all this drama, but it can also have its comedic moments as well. So, it can be very, very difficult to discern with some performances in a shonen series where it would fall. However, and this is my argument for this shonen show, alright? It's not as heavily action-oriented, but it also is very clever, very clever, very witty, and has a goddamn lead who is the snarkiest, sassiest little shit in the world. My gold award for Best Male Performance in a Dub for Comedy is Aaron Dismuke as Senku in Dr. Stone. Because Senku is snarky, he is sassy, and he sometimes has this dry humor to him that I just adore and I love so much that I could not help but give Aaron my gold award for. If you have not seen Dr. Stone, what is wrong with you? It is currently my new obsession. And all because Andrew wanted me to do the episode on it when it first came up.
And then we got to see the manga creators in New York City.
Boichi is extra as fuck.
I was there too, guys.
So, for those who may not know, so the writer and the illustrator for Dr. Stone were guests at Anime NYC this year. And one of the things that Viz likes to do when they have the manga artists is do, like, them doing live drawings. Boichi is extra as fuck. He drew not only one actual slate with, like, a few characters on it, some scenery, a bunch of fun stuff. He went and did a second one. And then they never had seen that happen before, where an artist will do 2.
It was crazy.
In a span of, like, what was it, 15 minutes?
15, 20.
Yeah, it was, like, really, really fucking nuts.
It was crazy, and it was great. But anyway, Dr. Stone clearly is my new obsession. I love this show very much. I am reading the manga, too. And I can't wait for season 2.
I would like to point out that when I was watching Dr. Stone on the couch, and this is why I don't watch Dr. Stone with my mom home anymore, is my mom thinks that Senku is a villain.
Good, that's the point.
That's the idea. But,
And I'm like, no, Mom, he's a good boy.
He's
But
not
yeah.
evil, he's just spicy.
God damn it. But no, I can't wait for season 2 to see my two good science boys again. Because they are the best science boys ever. Anyway, I'm done. Hardy,
Yo.
your 2 awards for best male in a comedy, please.
Okay, yes. This is a show I wish more people would watch. It's also a show that I have a little bit of a controversy personally with.
I know
Yeah.
what this is.
There's a little show on, well, a few years back, there was a Kickstarter to film a pilot for a short anime film. And
Okay.
it got funded. And almost immediately after it got funded, we got radio silence from the campaign.
Okay.
Just nothing. Then finally, about a year or so later, the OVA did come out, about 15 minutes, and everyone was happy for a bit. And then 3 to 4 years later of silence, we find out that the show has actually been picked up by Netflix and turned into a full season anime.
Okay.
Mixed opinions from the Kickstarter crowd. But that's besides the point. Because there's this little show that you may have heard of called Cannon Busters. And the lead of Philly the Kid is played by Ken Michael. Now, my personal opinions on the show itself and the controversy surrounding it, I felt like Ken did an absolutely phenomenal job giving Philly his personality and his charisma and just this sort of... Philly's a sleazeball. He will use you if he gets a chance. He will turn his back on you. But at the end of the day, he will generally try to do what is right, as long as it benefits him in some way. And I think Ken really did a good job in capturing his personality in that. So while I have mixed feelings on the show itself, I definitely do enjoy the dub, and I enjoy Ken's performance in it. But even so, it's nothing in comparison to someone who stays up all night watching illegal videos and who owes money to 3 different lawn sharks and who has his
But has
3
his
friends
girlfriend
pay
pay
for
for
it.
it? Yep.
So yeah, my gold definitely goes to Larry Brantleaf as Toucan for Africa Salary Man.
Woo!
He's such a piece of
He's
shit.
such a piece
He's
of
a
shit.
piece of shit, but you love to hate him.
Yeah.
Yes.
In the wonderful phrasing of a good, wholesome American anime called "It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia."
Okay.
Wild card, bitches.
All right.
So,
All right, wild card. Let's go. Come on.
my silver pick goes to only Steph knows that I love this performance a lot. And in our episode, I described this character as somebody and who is played with the performance that can be described as he sounds like he asks what color the Pink Panther is.
I feel like I should know this, but I'm gonna feel dumb because I forgot now.
So I motherfucking love Greg Cote as Shogo in Love Stage.
Yup. Okay. Yup.
He plays Shogo as the dumbest best brother ever.
He's the best brother ever.
He is the... Okay. Shogo Senna is a himbo. In the best way possible, and I fucking love Greg Cote as
Oh my
him.
god, it's great.
He wants to do what's right for his brother so much, but he is very, very, very clearly distracted by a snack named Ray to keep him on his good behavior. And Greg Cote plays him as so dumb and charming, and it's so much fun. However, there was something that stole my gold award at the very last minute, as in this morning.
Oh god.
Have you ever seen a man? Remember when I said pay attention to this ham? It's gonna be important later.
I do remember that, yes, indeed.
Oh, no.
So Sean Gann plays an exploited loser really well. So my gold award goes to for Sean Gann in Nichijou.
Oh, okay.
Because if you've never seen Nichijou, Sean Gann plays a character named Tasaki. Tasaki?
Let me look up the character, hang on.
Thank you.
Because, yes.
Essentially he plays the English teacher for Mio, Yuko, and what's Brittany Lauda's character's name? Mai. He plays their English teacher.
Manabu Takasaki.
Okay.
Okay, it's Takasaki. I missed an A. So Takasaki's big character trait is that he is in love with Tabitha Ray's character.
Oh, okay, it's that one. Alright.
Miss Sakurai.
And Miss Sakurai. He's the guy who's like, bamboo shoots! And for a while in the show, he was kind of like the straight man. Until Dallas Reed starts exploiting him. And that, kids, is where Sean Gann gets to go bug nuts. And I fucking love it. Just the scene of him, oh yeah! And he like puts his arms up and like flies back. And he's imagining like all of the kids thinking they're a couple. But what sealed the deal for me, what sealed my award, is when he's presented with a picture of her in high school. And he's like, no, you can't give in to your demands. I'll do it! But you're a wolf! And sometimes sacrifices need to be made! And I fucking lost it.
Oh my god. So Steph's lesson of the night, she really needs to finish Nichijou.
Yes,
you really need to finish Nichijou.
Can we watch Nichijou after this, babe?
Yes, we
can.
Yeah. Sean Gann, my dude. Holy shit, you got me good. You got me good, and here's to you, buddy.
Alright.
I'm a wolf and sometimes sacrifice.
Alright, Andrew.
Just him, like, getting he just went fucking feral for a picture of her in high school.
That's great.
2019, the year of the thirst.
Andrew.
Alrighty. So, for our crew's best male in comedy picks, Noah Clue goes with Larry Brantley for Africa Salaryman.
Yay.
Having seen a few clips and previews here and there, I could say I really want to watch more of the show with the toucan. If that's not a glowing praise of Larry's goofy performance, then I don't know what is. Jet's pick is for Arnie Pantoja for Konosuba. Well, the Konosuba dub as a whole didn't get gut-bustingly funny to me until after its first few episodes. Arnie Pantoja's performance as Kazuma was hilarious right off the bat, and his great mix of snarky one-liners and perpetual deadpan at how silly the antics of his other party members can be never failed to get a few laughs out of me, and he managed to keep that going for the whole show. Roots' pick for Best Male in a Comedy goes to Larry Brantley for Africa Salaryman.
Wishbone winning it.
Okay, so Toucan as a garbage human being that's also a toucan is funny enough on his own, but the knowledge that Larry Brantley was also the voice of beloved 90s kid public broadcast children's character Wishbone makes it even funnier.
Yep. My exact reaction. That's Wishbone.
Gigi went with Greg Aries for Love Stage.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Love Stage isn't
The other half of the Sena brothers.
Love Stage isn't entirely a comedy, but Greg's performance as Izumi-kun, Ohio,
Izumi-kun,
is definitely my favorite this year. No one else could have played Sam except for him. No one. Fight me. At first I thought he might sound too young, but nope. 1000% perfect to not only hit the comedic bits, but the dramatic ones as well. This performance was full of heart and pink elephants.
Ah, so many pink elephants.
Elephants. What the fuck? That is one of my favorite transitions.
Yep.
It's just Adam Gibbs rolling out of bed yelling, what the fuck?
Ohio Izumi-kun.
Good.
My personal pick for Best Male in the Comedy goes to Ian Sinclair for How Heavy Are the Dumbbells You Lift?
Ah.
I knew going into it, dumbbells was going to be a funny show. That was probably up my alley. But I had no idea just how funny and sassy the narrator was going to be. Ian is just a damn good actor with really good comedic delivery, and his work on dumbbells made me laugh super freaking hard. Amon's pick for Best Male in a Comedy goes to Chris George in Robahachi. The leading role Chris has always deserved. He's so good at saying the silliest and most biting lines with the correct casual delivery they need. Possibly one of the best comedy performances I've heard in an anime dub. Jamal went with Larry Bradley for Africa Salaryman. Originally, I was going to put down Clifford Chapin for Hensky, but I thoroughly enjoyed Larry's performance as a foul-mouthed bird who I want to punt into the sun very badly. I can explain more, but you'll... Okay.
You'll have to wait and see.
You'll have to wait and see. And Jackson, for Editor's Choice, goes with Ian Sinclair for How Heavy Are the Dumbbells You Lift. It is near impossible to tell where Ian ends and the narrator begins. He benefits a lot from having no visual component he needs to match. His comedic deliveries and Leah Clark's writing style are a perfect combination.
This is the second year in a row where a narrator character has clinched some of these awards.
Yeah?
I think the funniest moment from Dubbie's last year, because I think it was Golden Ham, where David Wall just
everybody just kept giving it to David Wall.
Tonagawa. But anyway, so before we go on to our drama awards for performances, let's revisit a viewer's choice one.
Oh, wow.
Yay!
So, Megan, I know you wanted to do this one.
Oh, yay. Is this Best Actress?
Yes, it is.
Yay, it's my turn. Alright, it's time for Best Actress. And here were your nominees as I go back up and try to find it. For Best Actress, we had Felicia Angeal for Dr. Stone, Morgan Garrett for Nichijou, My Ordinary Life, Amberly Connors, Kono Ototomore, Madeline Morris, How Heavy Are the Dumbbells You Lift, Michelle Rojas, Boogie Pop and Others, Jade Saxton, My Roommate is a Cat, Laura Stahl, The Promised Neverland, Christina V, Konosuba, Sarah Wiedenhef, Land of the Lustrous, and Susie Young for Kimono Friends. Drum roll, please. And your winner is Felicia Angeal for Dr. Stone.
Woo!
Wow. Okay.
Congratulations to Felicia for her victory.
Yay!
As Kohaku in Dr. Stone.
Good
Heck
job,
yeah.
Kohaku.
And now
Kohaku,
from the
best
comedy
girl.
to the sad times.
Oh, God. Let's bring the drama. Bring the dramatics.
Sad,
Yes.
sad boy city now, Butch.
Sadness Fiesta. So our first, why did I say first? Our next award is for Best Female Performance in a Dub for Drama. My two. I got cheatsy with one of them, actually, but Andrew's probably gonna kick my ass. Because I also have to abide by my own rules sometimes.
Yes, you do.
But both of these performances are for very interesting and compelling characters. And I just loved every second of it. My silver award goes to... We're actually going to revisit one of the previous award winners from tonight so far. It goes to an individual who I never really heard of before until this year. And this dub came out rather early on as well.
About April.
But I never fell in love so hard and cared so much about my child, my son, my babby boy Ray.
Your little ray of sunshine.
My little ray of sunshine. So my silver award has to go to Laura Stahl for The Promised Neverland. Ray has... It's interesting because I think I said this on the episode when we talked about it. Because I was reading the manga before watching the show. Norman had always been my favorite character. However, when I watched the show, and particularly the dub, Laura Stahl was a fantastic performance, that it shifted my favorite for the show from Norman to Ray. Because Ray is, this sweet, sweet summer child. He's cunning, and he can be charismatic at times, but he has a lot of heart to him as a character and a lot of depth to him. And Laura just plays these different aspects very, very well, and I enjoyed every second of it. My Gold Award? Technically, I want to give it to 3 people, because they played the exact same character.
Rules are rules.
Rules are rules. I'm gonna say this. When we heard that this film was getting an English dub and was getting released and put into theaters this year, I probably cried a little. Megan can.
So did Megan. Megan lost her garbage. Megan called Stephanie and said, "It's real. It's happening." Holy shit! I had a frog in my throat.
Oh God.
Kermit, get out of there. Kermit, get out.
Carol, what are you doing? Anyway, so
Teppy, no.
So, my gold, what I wanted to do was give it to the trio of Abby Trott, Erin Yvette, and Cindy Robinson as Chiyoko Fujiwara from Millennium Actress. That's what I would love to do. But, rules are rules. I have to pick one. So, out of the 3, I'm going to give it to Cindy Robinson as the elder Chiyoko. It's like a masterclass. Like, she's very refined, very regal, but also has a lot of fun with the character as well. That it was just such a hoot. So, in my heart, the Gold Award goes to Abby, Erin, and Cindy, but officially, I'm going to give it to Cindy Robinson for Millennium Actress. Hardy, can you give us your 2 awards for Best Female in a Drama?
Yes, I can, and they're going to be choices that I doubt any of you will actually expect.
I mean, you are capable of surprising us, so...
Oh, yes.
I mean, it's probably not going to be a mind meld of epic proportions of Erica Harlacher last year, right?
No, nothing like that.
Okay.
No.
That was the epic mind meld we had. It was great.
Yeah. There's one show in particular with a very dynamic female cast, to where I think every single actress who was in it was absolutely stellar. But I have to pick one. That's the hard part. And it's not the character that you would think. In fact, it's not the main female lead. I actually had to choose between one of the 2 female side characters.
Really?
Yes. And this was a very difficult decision, but in the end, Elizabeth Maxwell from Fruits Basket 2019 broke my heart.
Good choice.
Yes, it was just, and yeah, Jade's episode was good too. And of course, Laura was phenomenal throughout. But it was Elizabeth's episode that focused directly on her that hit the hardest. And especially for me. And I gotta say, even though she's not the main character, she is without a doubt my favorite performance from that entire dub. And now this one you're really not going to suspect, because
oh boy,
this is actually a reprisal for a second season of this show.
Okay, my brain came up with a stupid thought because of what happened last year. If I guess it, will you tell me if I'm right or wrong?
Go ahead.
Erica Harlacher for Kakegurui?
No, actually no.
Okay, because I would have found that hilarious considering you gave her gold last year for Violet, and technically Kakegurui is sequel. So.
No. This is a sequel to a show a lot of you guys didn't actually watch.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and so it kind of flew under the radar for the Dub Talk crew. A few of us picked up on it.
Okay.
But this is actually the same the actress who actress in this role also directed this. And so let me tell you a little story about a character named Melly. Now, Melly is a sorceress. And she has... Every sorcerer has what they call a curse. It is something that affects them physically. Like they could have horns, or they could leak green stuff out their nose constantly, whatever. Melly's curse is that she has a split personality. And so, half the time, she's played very sweet and bubbly and cute. The other half of the time, she's a stone cold bitch.
Oh, I know what this is.
Yeah. This is for Caitlin Glass in Radiant Season 2.
Oh.
Right.
Now I know what it is when you said her name.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't know who this fucking character is.
Okay, so here's the thing about Melly, is that at the end of Season 1, she kind of feels betrayed by the main character Seth because he kind of abandons their group to go and do his own thing because he doesn't want them to get in trouble. She feels incredibly heartbroken by this. And so in Season 2, you get not only to see cute, sweet, bubbly Melly, evil, wicked bitch Melly, but you also get to see, you know, sad, heartbroken Melly. And there is a scene where she and Seth have a conversation, and it's like, I'm not mad at you, Seth. I'm not mad at all. And then you can just tell that, you know, she sort of has this meltdown where she just breaks into tears, and just, it's the most heart-wrenching thing I've ever seen. And it's just, this is for what is usually like a goofy shonen show. You would not expect this. But Caitlin just is able to wrangle all three of those personas and do it so well. And I think it is just infuriating that this show got overlooked so much, because it is really it's a performance that really stood out to me this year. And I want more people to watch Radiant. I want more people to hear Caitlin in it. It's not a perfect dub. There are some performances I do have problems with. But one good thing is that because Caitlin's also the director, she also is very good about casting people of color for roles of people of color, which is a plus. We've been trying to get more of that anyways. But yeah, I love this performance to death, and if you get a chance, please check out Radiant Season 1 and 2.
Alright. Sorry, I'm eating my whoopie pie right now.
Alright, it's my turn. It's Megan's turn, and Megan's about to be very obvious. My silver award goes to Laura Stahl as well for Ray in The Promised Neverland. Her performance was lit. It burned the house down.
God damn it. I'm not even mad.
No, but seriously, Laura Stahl as Ray was the highlight of that entire dub for me. It was a dub I was very mixed on, I think you could say, based on the episode. It's like, I'm not disappointed, but I also expected better. But Laura Stahl was a shining spot, a brightly shining spot in that dub.
She's a flame in the darkness.
She was a candle in the dark. She burned it up. God
damn it.
But I honestly, and especially coming off having a very, very famous Seiyu who is very much known for playing little boys, and in honesty, being better than that to me, absolutely well deserved for Best Female in a Drama. But listen, there was no way that my Best Female in a Drama wasn't going to be Laura Bailey.
Yeah.
Like, it's me. I love Fruits Basket with all of the fiber of my being. And Laura Bailey was, like, the first voice I ever got to know. So the fact that not only could she come back to reprise like one of the most iconic shoujo characters of the last 20 years. And not only do it, but do it better than the original. Is just absolutely phenomenal. And just the I want to go home speech from, I think, episode 6.
Yes. Something like that. Oh
where
my
she
God,
talks
my
about
heart.
how she could have everything she ever wanted and didn't want to be selfish. And how she reacted to Momiji. And just, it's gonna be really hard for me not to put Laura next year, because this is the stuff I already knew Laura could do.
Yep.
Next year is gonna be the stuff I haven't seen her do. Mm-hmm. And not only that, but for this to be like the first anime Laura Bailey has done in years.
Yep.
And to come back for this show and to give this performance when she didn't even come back to reprise what is, for better or for worse, the biggest anime in America. I was absolutely floored and loved every second of Laura Bailey coming back as Toru Honda. For what Hardy feels about Caitlyn as Melly, I couldn't give it to anybody but Laura Bailey as Toru.
Okay, Andrew. Oh, hold on. He needs to pull it up. Can you give us the other hosts and editors' choice for best female performance in a drama, please?
Sure thing. Noah Clue's pick for best female in a drama goes to Laura Bailey for Fruits Basket. I don't really like rice balls, but I love Toru's unabashed display of kindness and sentimentality, which only a delicately emotional actress could convey. Jet follows suit with Laura Bailey for Fruits Basket 2019.
Alright.
I didn't really know anything about Fruits Basket going into the new dub, but Laura Bailey's performance as Toru immediately endeared me to her. She makes Toru come off as a wonderful ball of sunshine who is empathetic to everybody, and rarely fails to make the people around her feel more relaxed, even when they're going through tough times. Laura also brings that same level of sincerity to Toru when we see some of the fears and insecurities she's hiding behind that mask of happiness. In the way she portrayed both aspects of the character so well really helped to hook me into the show and made her performance my personal favorite of the year and reminded me of why she's one of my favorite actresses. Roots' pick for best female in drama goes to Amberly Connors for Kokoku, Moment by Moment.
Oh, I thought he was going to say Kono Oto, but okay.
The millennial experience in a performance, tired, confused, and constantly in danger. Gigi's pick goes to Erica Harlocker for I Want to Eat Your Pancreas. This award may be semi-biased because my boyfriend took me to see this movie on one of our first dates, and we were both sobbing messes by the end of it. Erica tugged on my heartstrings so hard as Sakura, I couldn't not give her the W. This movie isn't full of space trouble or fantastical monsters or anything like that, but it's full of a lot of soul and emotions, and Erica brought that into her performance. My personal pick for best female in a drama goes to Morgan Berry for Kase-san and Morning Glories. Despite being an hour long, Kase-san leaves a big impression, as does its dub. Morgan Berry as Kase herself is wonderful. She's dorky and cute, but also strong and sensitive, and Morgan manages to deliver on all fronts, truly bringing this hopeless romantic come to life exceptionally well. Amon's pick is for Sarah Wiedenheft for Land of the Lustrous. Sarah deserves this just for the amount of emotional ground she has to cover across 12 episodes, to say nothing of how well she covers all of that ground. I demand a second season of the show just so Sarah can spend more time playing Phos. Jamal's pick for Best Female in a Drama goes to Michelle Lee for Date Alive 3. The emotional beats Michelle had to provide helped make Date Alive 3 very prominent among the franchise. Without spoiling anything, the sheer passion and drama she put forth during Origami's arc had me in tears. And this is coming from somebody who doesn't really voice act a lot anymore. And editor's choice, Jackson picked Sarah Wiedenheft for Land of the Lustrous. It's 2019 and even the rocks have chronic depression. Sarah brings the pain like a punch to the face. Being phosphophilite is suffering and I'm here for every minute of it.
Ah, Phos. Oh,
I mean, yeah, Steven Universe proved that the rocks were depressed.
God fucking damn it. Okay.
Alright. Ready to go back to talk about some boys?
Let's talk about some sad boys.
We
Sad
will
boys.
we will
I'm
speak.
ready to talk about the sad boys.
We will speak
Sad.
about the men.
Ah, yes. Our next award.
Man.
Man.
Jesus Christ.
Rest in peace, Ichiya. I know you're not dead, but I would like to think that you are anyway.
Rest in piss. Anyway, our next award is for Best Male Performance in a Dub for Drama.
Kawaii.
Kawaii desu.
Kawaii Desu.
Amber, why? I thought we were friends.
How did we go back to Komodo?
My waifu. I'm
Because
sorry.
low voice.
We made a Chris Guerrero reference. I have to do them. It's legal. I'm legally bound by contract.
You know what? Fair enough.
Alright, so I'm gonna sense that my 2 for Best Male for Drama is gonna start a chain reaction and go for a pattern.
I might have you fooled.
Well,
We shall see.
we shall see.
Oh no, I think me and Steph might have mind melded.
We could have mind melted on this though. Alright, so now in the past, Best Male for a Drama was always the hardest category for me to figure out because I usually had a long ass list of actors that I enjoyed throughout the year and then I could not narrow them down for the life of me. This year was actually one of the easiest times for me to do this. And one of which came in at the last minute and he stole my silver. While this guy can be a bit, well, this character I should say, can be a bit sleazy and slimy, cunning, and everything like that. Bit of a scorpion, if you will. I still felt such power and emotion from Jason Marnocha as Coach Nanbu in Megalobox. Cause, like, watching Jason, like, go through this entire character arc with Nanbu was so compelling to me, that I just couldn't turn my eyes away. And while I also want to give credit where credit is due, because KG Tang as Joe is flat out fantastic, Jason just stole the show, like, hands down for me. It's a fantastic performance, going from this seedy underbelly, sketchy guy just trying to make a quick buck and use Joe for whatever means, to actually, like, going through a redemption of his own by the end of it. Granted, how he managed to get there is a bit tragic if you've seen the show, but in the end, like, he comes out all the better for it, and I just loved every second. So my silver definitely went to Jason Marnocha. My gold has been cemented since the spring, actually, and this was the easiest pick for me, because this actor was gaining a lot more prominence this year, and while we tend to talk about him and know him as a voice acting wizard or voice acting god at this point, it was nice to hear him with his natural tone of voice. And for the character that I am awarding him for, a very troubled character just trying to find his way and navigate life and just break the misconceptions about him. My gold award goes to Damon Mills as Chika for Kono Oto Tomare Sounds of Life. Kono Oto in general is fantastic, and Damon in general has had a great year, but I think, for me personally, I think Kono Oto is the series that kind of encapsulates his year, because it's a fantastic performance. If you haven't been watching Kono Oto, you really should. It's filled with heart, it's filled with drama, it's filled with emotion, and so much. And Chika is just a fantastic character in general, and I really loved every second. But I just love every second of it, and I just can't wait to finish the show in the next few weeks. But yeah, those are my 2 picks. I have Damon Mills and Jason Marnocha.
Yeah.
Hardy.
I would actually like to go last for this one, personally, if that's okay.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Really? All right.
Yeah.
Megan, then.
So I'd like to preference this off with just saying that my silver award was almost not my silver award.
Really?
So very easily I thought that this was set from spring as well. My silver award was very, very easily about to go to John Bergmeyer. But the only reason I didn't put him is that Shigure Soma's best performance hasn't actually happened yet. So,
Okay.
my best male in a drama, silver award, goes to the character my mom described as sounds like he just got out of jail. Thanks, Mom. So I put Damon Mills as Chikakudo from Kono Ota Tomare. Kono Ota Tomare is my mother's favorite anime. And she really likes the show, and it's really hard not to like Damon Mills' performance as Chika. A lot of people, other sites gave it flack for sounding too gruff and too gangstery and too old, but I thought it was perfect. And to me, the strengths of Damon's performance comes not in Chika's kind of angry, over-the-top yelling, but it comes in the quiet passion that he exudes.
Yep.
And
Yes.
I'm not gonna lie that I am behind on season 2, because I am waiting for it to be bingeable for my mother. When I had to go get the fan vote clip and Andrew had to point to me to something that would not spoil what was happening for me, and he pointed me to that scene, I almost started crying with him on the phone. That's how hard it got me.
Yep. It's fantastic.
But my gold pick goes to a performance that I heard at the beginning of the year that stuck with me, and by beginning of the year I mean beginning of Dubbie eligibility.
So December.
That stuck with me for the whole year. And my gold pick is for Jason Marnocha as Nanbu in Megalobox.
Wow.
We had a mind meld except in reverse.
Here's the thing, the only other role I knew Jason Marnocha for was as Okiyasu's older brother in Diamond is Unbreakable, who unfortunately I can't remember the name of because it's been forever since I watched that particular episode of JoJo's.
All you need to know
And
is that his stand is bad company.
And that his end was electrifying.
Yeah.
Ah, fuck.
And that his end was electrifying. He was pretty strung up about it. Anyway, Jason as Nanbu is as much slimeball as he is, like, overbearing dad. But he has all of the heart of a man who would stab you in the back and run off with your money. But he does genuinely care, and Jason is such a Jason Marnocha sounds like he is Nanbu, who's been chain smoking and chain drinking for 40 years.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
just the Aragaki episode, his work off of Greg Toon, his work off of Erica Mendez and Keiji Tang is so phenomenal. And just that finale episode after he's cut out his own eye for Joe, and he says, like, I think he's like, they're dancing. My heart,
Yeah.
man. So
My
here's
heart.
to you, Jason.
I loved it too.
Thank you for your amazing work on Megalobox, Jason, and Hardy to you.
Okay, well, unfortunately, mine aren't going to be as heartfelt or as meaningful as yours are, but that was awesome. For best male for drama, it's not often that you get to literally watch an actor grow up, but in this case, we got to watch this young man start in this career from an early age, and through the years we have watched him grow and perfect his art, and now we can look at him and say that's our boy, basically.
Okay.
And I cannot say that I could be any prouder of Aaron Dismuke in Dr. Stone, because he has grown so much, quite literally and as an actor.
Yep.
He's just good. You know, I know that Stephanie nominated him for a comedy, but it's the more dramatic scenes in Dr. Stone that hit more to me.
That's fair.
Because, I mean, we have this one man who's literally the last man on Earth, and all he has is his brain, and he has to find a way to not only resurrect humanity, but to bring science back from the grave. Mm-hmm. And I'll tell you this, I kind of was spoiled I knew he was going to be Senku on this year's ABC, because Aaron didn't really give it away, but he gave enough of a description. He's like, well, I'm going to play this character. He's kind of a mad scientist, and that's all I can really tell you. I'm like, yeah, that's Senku. And he was not my first choice. And so when I told Andrew that one of the guests at ABC was probably going to be Senku, and the other two male guests there were Max Middleman and Micah Solasad, I said, which one do you think it's going to be? And he said, it's going to be Micah. And then I posted Yoda's, that's why you fail.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's great.
And so this performance,
Good job, sweetie.
This came out of nowhere. Nobody expected him to be this. And I just think he has taken this role and he has absolutely nailed it. So yeah, for my silver award, definitely goes to Aaron Dismuke for Dr. Stone.
Okay. And your gold award?
Oh boy, where do I begin? As a dub critic, I try to be as non-partial as possible.
Okay.
I try to look at every performance and judge it by its worthiness. And I try to look at new performers and old performers alike and treat them equally. I try my best to give everyone a chance. But sometimes, you might want to take your earphones off for this one.
Oh God. All right. We're good. I have mine off.
Okay. Sometimes you just gotta go with one of your all-time favorite actors who gets a chance to play one of your all-time favorite characters, and you have no choice but to go with them. And I speak only of Steve motherfucking Bloom playing Dopo motherfucking Orochi in Netflix's motherfucking Baki 2018.
Ooh.
All right.
Interesting.
I have been locked on this since December. And
oh man.
no, and nothing has
Damn.
blown it away. And
Hot damn. No.
I mean, it's Steve Bloom playing one of my favorite characters from any anime source ever. The guy who karate chopped a tiger's neck in half. Like, we literally featured this on the old Manime Monday promos, if you can actually remember those.
Tiger chopping.
Tiger chopping. And lots and lots of
Manime
muscle
Monday,
mold.
that takes me back.
Ah, yes. How we really started to bond and get to know each other.
Yes. And lots of muscle-bound shirtless men. I know a lot of people haven't watched Baki because it's kind of a shitty show. But if you ever get a chance to check it out and listen to Steve Bloom as Dopo Orochi, he is the most slick motherfucker you could ever think of. He is just
Yeah.
the epitome of stone cold badassery. And there were tons of performances from actors that I absolutely adored this year. No, Chika from Kono Oto was definitely one of my favorites. There were others. Man, just that were just on an emotional aspect that just had me just bawling my eyes out. But every once in a while, you just got to go with the man's vote. With the gut. And, you know...
And the tiger chop.
And just, you know... I love all the dramatic performances, but goddamn, if I don't love me a good, manly man. So, yeah, Steve Bloom
Hell
and
yeah.
Baki.
Are you all set, Hardy?
I'm done. I'm going to sip this
All
rum
right,
while you read it.
Andrew.
Alrighty.
Party. Hardy, how happy did it make you to see him again?
Who, Steve?
Your tiger chopping love.
Oh. He got his hand cut off, and then he got put it back on, and he kicked even more ass. How awesome is that?
Holy shit, Baki's a trip.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway.
Hardy has one love in his life, and it's that fucking
It's
guy.
Dopo Orochi.
Alrighty. So, starting us off for Best Male in a Drama, Noah Clue went with Justin Briner for Saren Zanmai.
Really?
While rightly famous for his comedic acting, thank you, sweetie. With Saren Zanmai, Mr. Briner got to show vulnerability, fear, and triumph as an anxiety-riddled Kappa, all while playing for the other team. And in a series dense on symbols over narrative, his dramatic sensibilities help ground the story in a very human emotion. Jet went with Alejandro Saab for Saren Zanmai.
Wow, okay.
While I've enjoyed a lot of Alejandro Saab's prior work, this year was his strongest yet as an actor, and his performance as Kazuki is a really great example of that. Kazuki deals with a lot of stuff over the course of the show between his complicated relationships with his friends and his even more complicated relationship with his family and how he doesn't feel like he deserves to be a part of it. And Alejandro nails all of those vulnerabilities extremely well and really made me feel for this kid. Also, he's got one heck of a singing voice.
Heck yeah.
Roots of Justice went with Jason Marnocha for Megalobox.
Nice.
Jason Marnocha blew me away this year, both as Helvis, which I watched outside of W eligibility, and Coach Gansaku Nambu. A phenomenal performance for one of the heaviest hitting characters in the series. Gigi went with Ian Sinclair for Saren Zanmai.
A lot of Saren Zanmai love here.
Ian has been my pick for this award since I watched one of the final episodes of Saren Zanmai. His performance as Rayo brought me back to one of my all-time favorite performances of his from Servamp, and it completely shattered me. Ian Sinclair breaking me
We had
into
a discussion about that last night.
Ian Sinclair breaking me into pieces. Who would have thought? Thank you for pulling out all the stops for the Ikuhara gay cop anime I love so much. My personal pick for drama is Aaron Dismuke in Dr. Stone.
Ah, okay.
It says a lot that a performance from a well-established actor can still make me realize they're far more than meets the eye. Senku is one of Aaron's most complicated characters to date, and he manages to exude snark and devilish charm while also making him feel strong-willed and complex. Aaron out here showing us all that we can still get excited.
Get
for his
excited.
work.
Hell yeah.
Amon went with Jason Marnocha for Megalobox. Jason has the honor/burden of having to deliver the best line in the entire show, the one about Joe and Yuri dancing in the ring, and he delivers it absolutely perfectly. I cannot think of a better dramatic moment I saw all year.
My heart.
Jamal's pick goes to Johnny Young Bosch for Promare.
Okay.
Johnny's performance as Leo provided an emo tone to the character's development. It really hits its stride once the character was betrayed, you know what I'm talking about, that it literally had me crying at one point. At least this makes up for not giving him an award for Pop Team Epic last year, which I still call bullshit on. Jackson's editor's choice for Male in a Drama goes to John Bergmeyer for Fruits Basket 2019.
There you go.
What was previously a very comedic role has some added dimension in 2019. John slips so naturally into Shigure's darker side, you'd think he'd been playing him this way all along. Moments from his Spotlight episode have stuck with me all year, and I am very afraid to see what's to come in 2020. Oh boy.
Alright.
Cackles and manga reader.
So.
Is it my turn?
Would you like to do the honors, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Alright, go ahead. Our next Viewer's Choice Award, please.
The next Viewer's Choice Award is for Best Actor. And the nominees are Larry Brantley for Africa Salaryman, Justin Briner for Stars Align, Aaron Dismuke for Dr. Stone, Chris George for Robihachi, Josh Greeley for Astra Lost in Space, Jeremy Inman for Fire Force, Jason Marnocha for Megalobox, Damon Mills for Kono Oto Tomare, Chris Ryan for No Guns Life, and Alejandro Saab for Sarazanmai. Drum roll, please. And the winner is Alejandro Saab for Sarazanmai!
Woo! Sarazanmai!
Congratulations to his victory.
Congratulations to Alejandro Saab. Much like with the Kappa Zombies, you successfully pulled this win out of your ass. Da 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 da.
Andrew!
And you ruined it.
I think we have to kick him off the Japari
Time
bus
to
again.
take back.
You are off the bus. Get off
Okay,
the
look.
bus.
Look,
Andrew is
jokes
now.
aside-
Andrew is now. Okay, look. Andrew's already been off the bus. I'm just extending the rope.
Okay. Anyways, jokes aside, congratulations, Alejandro. Well done.
For Sarazanmai,
Sarazanmai.
best actor. Heck yeah. Moving on. Our next category is for our best ensemble cast, which is essentially more like a group of actors that did a fantastic job this year.
It takes a village.
It does. So my two, one of them I decided on before we started recording. And it comes with a mini story, and Megan knows exactly what the fuck this is.
I do.
Yes, you do, when I say it in like 2 seconds. And then my first pick was actually a lock for the past few months when I finally watched this show. My silver award is for a fun show that I've been just loving like more and more every week, and has one of the more fun casts, I think, from the year. And to quote Megan, Stephanie, I'm fucking surprised you didn't put Dr. Stone in here. Because you didn't pick Dr. Stone. Because I couldn't figure out my silver award until just before we started recording. And then Megan's words were like, Steph, you love Dr. Stone. What the fuck is wrong with you? I'm like,
Steph, if you could, you'd name your child Chrome.
We had this discussion already. Andrew, if Andrew and I were to stay in our relationship, and if we were to have kids, he's not gonna allow me to name one of them Chrome, but he will let me name a dog Chrome if we have one.
There's always
She'll-
middle
she'll-
names.
I'm not gonna. No child. No, his name's not gonna be after a fucking mineral / like web browser. I wouldn't do that.
Well, Firefox.
Anyway.
Son, you're named after the two bravest people I know.
Goku Naruto.
Congratulations, Senku Naruto.
Damn it.
Congratulations, Ichigo Naruto.
Ew.
God.
Congratulations, Chrome Firefox.
Oh.
But Dad, shut up, Internet Explorer! Nobody likes you. You're adopted. Back to Steph's undying love of Chrome from Dr. Stone.
Yes.
My undying love for Dr. Stone in general from this year, actually. But no, it's honestly, like, the whole cast is fantastic. From Aaron Dismuke to Matt Shipman to Felicia Angel to Josh Greeley and Justin Briner to Sarah Wiedenheft to fucking... Kisaki.
Blonde
Kenny Green.
Gaston.
Kenny Green. And then Tatum. And then...
And J. Michael Tatum.
Yeah.
And Tatum. And freaking Rico. And Brittany. And Ian Sinclair. And Megan's best boy again. AKA Brendan McInnes.
I love you, Gen.
But yes, it's such a fun...
Gen's
and
the good best boy.
Dr. Stone's ensemble is a fun, well-rounded cast. And I just loved... I love every second of watching it. But while there are a lot of characters in Dr. Stone that I love and enjoy, my gold pick is very well rounded and is such a good mix of actors and actresses that I just again, this has been a lock for several months for me when I finally sat down and marathon the show. And there's a lot to be said when this cast has to grow in the course of a one-course show, and they grow together and as a unit, as a team. My gold award for best ensemble is going to go to Astra Lost in Space.
Yay!
Yeah.
Go team.
Go team. Yeah. From the bumbling, charismatic leader, Josh Graley, to the sweet, Megan Shipman, to, freaking Jason Lebrecht, to Aaron Roberts, Kieran Strange, God, even Elizabeth Maxwell, too. Like, this cast is just phenomenal. It's such a wide range of voices and talent, and it goes together so well that it gets to the point where it's like, I can't pick a standout from the show. I almost could with Josh Graley, because let's fucking face it, his character's a dumbass and I love him. But only by a small margin, because the rest of the cast is such a cohesive unit that for me, it is the strongest ensemble cast of the year. So yeah, definitely Astra for best ensemble. Hardy.
I just would like to say that it was a shame that Josh Greeley's character wasn't there to give Erwin a hand.
Son of a bitch! We got another one, folks.
I'm staying on the bus. You can't push me.
I can't push him. That was great. Hardy gets to drive.
Yeah.
Hardy gets to drive the bus.
Hardy gets the heated seats.
My car has heated seats.
Hardy gets the heated seat.
Nice, thank you. I appreciate the heated seats. Thank you.
Anyway,
Best ensemble cast has been really tricky for me this year, because for the longest time, I had a gold selection picked, and that gold selection was originally Isekai Quartet, and it would have been great. But I decided at the last minute, against it. Because once again, for my silver pick, well, for one thing, I upgraded my silver pick to my gold pick because I think it's more important.
okay.
For my silver pick, once again, I watched a little movie called One Piece Stampede.
Ah, yes.
Ooh, okay.
Yes, and that is basically the who's who of the One Piece English dub. There have been some substitutions and there have been some recasts, but in general, I have never seen a cast of characters from so many episodes all put together in one movie that is just the biggest love letter to One Piece fans I've ever seen. And here's the kicker.
Basically a huge fan fiction.
And I'm not even that big of a One Piece fan. That's the
Oh my
thing.
God.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Yeah, I watched the movies, but the series is just too long for me to actually get into. So yeah, that kind of knocked Isekai Quartet off the silver spot, but I do still really appreciate what Jeremy Inman has been able to do with that show. But I mean, One Piece Stampede.
Remember, it's eligible for next year.
That's right. That is right. But I mean, what One Piece came out and did was just like the biggest love letter to hardcore fans you could ever imagine. And Andrew, you've seen the film.
Yes.
That last scene.
Okay, that last scene was pretty fucking good.
He shows her the pictures, says, "Hey, make this."
Make this, and then they do the thing. It's like, okay, that's how you get him in there. Also, the entire finale of that movie is basically, okay, let us basically inject a top 10 popularity poll into the final attack squad of the movie.
Yeah.
It's like, okay.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, but I mean, even when he's fighting the final villain and they insert the season 1 theme.
Oh yeah, they get.
Did they really?
Oh,
yes!
Of course they got We Are. Of course they got
God.
We Are in there.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
But anyways, yeah, that's still only my second choice. My goal choice for best ensemble cast, and I think this is important,
Okay.
is because other dubs have tried, and some better than others, to represent people of color with actors of color.
Okay.
And this is why I give my best ensemble cast to Cannon Busters.
Ah.
Because every person of color in that anime, considering it was created by a person of color, LaShawn Thomas, who is black, is voiced by a black actor or actress. And I think that is important. I know that there are some times to where it doesn't always work out exactly. You have a person who is not the matching ethnicity, who is a better fit for the voice. At the same time, I think we should try harder. And I think directors like Caitlin Glass and remind me who the director of Cannon Busters was. I think it was Michael Center Nicholas, wasn't it?
I believe it was NYADV Post.
It was NYADV Post. I think actors need to strive to do that more. And I was wanting to save this for the Cannon Busters episode to begin with, but I'm actually still not sure if it's ever going to happen.
Okay.
But if you look at the English cast list of Cannon Busters, it is a who's who of African American actors from the 90s. Okay. Let's see here. Do you know the name Camille Winbush?
No.
You do not know the name Camille Winbush.
No.
Let me tell you who Camille Winbush is.
Okay. Tell me.
She's in this anime. She was the young daughter on the Bernie Mac show.
What?
I kill you, no lies.
Huh. Well then.
And this is just the start. Do you know who Deborah Wilson is?
I feel like I should.
She was on Mad TV from their beginning season up until 2006, and then came back for well, let's see here. She was on Mad TV from 1995 to 2003, and came back for the revival in 2016. She's the Mad TV lady.
Wow. Okay.
Yes, that is how diverse this cast is. So, I may have issues with LaShawn or whoever is handling this anime, but whoever directed it is doing good by me. And so that's why I give Cannon Busters my best ensemble cast of the year.
Nice.
Yes.
Megan.
So initially, I had a different silver award for this.
Okay.
And I wanted to give it to... I originally had Fruits Basket 2019 as my ensemble cast, but... Guys, at this point, it's me. Of course I fucking like that dub. So for my silver award, I stole this answer from another person. But I'm also wanting to put this here because... It's a bit of an activism award, and by the time that this is up, the entire dub for the show will be out. And a lot of people are going to be very, very upset by the way it ends.
Okay.
But for the love of God, just fucking watch Stars Align. And
yes.
its goddamn dub.
Yes.
this is a cast on paper that, outside of Justin and Josh as the two leads, is a cast that you don't necessarily see very much. This is, for me, a dream ensemble for the team. I have loved Justin Briner since I heard him in Seraph at the End. Josh Gurley has been constantly one of my favorite actors. I adore Rico Fajardo. Adam Gibbs is one of my favorite actors over at Sentai.
Adam Gibbs. I love him.
I have what?
Adam
It is
Gibbs.
Adam.
I love him too.
I know you love Adam Gibbs.
I love Adam Gibbs.
But it's once you get past those four, where you get into actors doing these performances that I think a lot of people in a broader sense don't necessarily know. Like, sure, people know Matt Shipman as Chrome and being big and loud, but like having Matt Shipman having to play now a character who is going through and this is one of the things I want to say about Stars Align, if you don't know anything about it, is that Stars Align looks like it's a cute, fluffy sports show that will rip your heart out, and then feed it back to you, and then feed it fucking back to you. I have cried more times watching that show, and have been made uncomfortable very many points watching that show, and the dub for it is absolutely phenomenal. I think that Jerry Jewell put together a cast that yes, you have Justin and Josh as your main anchor pair, but once you get past them, it's like, okay, a lot of people now are getting to really know Rico Fajardo because he's Mirio, and for us, we've liked Rico for onwards of like 4 or 5 years for a lot of us. You start getting into Adam Gibbs for people who can't tell that Texas has 2 different anime studios that do dubs down there. Adam Gibbs has always been, but it's when you get down into like Matt Shipman playing now, who's a character to me that is very against the type that I think a lot of people would know. Dallas does play Tayo, and that's the Dallas that I know very well, who's very soft-spoken and meek. But it's where you get to Derek Snow as like Itsuki, who is a very different character for a lot of people than what Shinra would be, and that's what a lot of people know him. Rachel Glass, who's an actress that a lot of people I don't think really know outside of like maybe if you've watched a lot of stuff like we have. Austin Tyndall's a big name, and he plays the absolute dumbest motherfucker in the entire show. But for me, the reason that I absolutely love this cast is that like I am the biggest Garrett Storms fangirl on the face of the planet. And having Garrett Storms literally play the character that is just my fucking life is an absolute attack on me as a human being. Thanks, Jerry. So, in short, please watch Stars Align. The cast is phenomenal. But it couldn't beat my Gold Award because it's another cast that's absolutely phenomenal. And what Hardy brought up about Cannon Busters, I think Caitlin Glass got to do as well for Oscar Lost in Space.
Yep.
Outside of Kanato, who is probably Japanese, everybody else who's a person of color or LGBT is played by that. Danny and Sakia play Kitari and Phoenicia, who are not white. Luca is who is intersex, is played by a transgender actor in Kieran. Yunha, who is Asian, is played by Don Bennett, who is Filipino. And even more so, I think, than getting an actor of color to play a character of color is taking an actor of color and having them play a white person.
Hello, Olga.
And that's what they did with Olga and Kristan Trell Piper. And just the attention to detail in this cast we brought up earlier is to have Caitlin not only have almost all of the kids who play spoilers for Astra. So Hardy, if you haven't watched Astra,
I finished it.
So to have almost all of them play their own parents too, which was really cool. And I also have to give a shout out to Aaron Roberts as playing my boyfriend, Zach Walker. Zach.
Goddamn Zach.
Zach is basically Roots the anime edition. And Jason as Shars. But one of the other things I really want to point out is that all of the doubles are played by themselves, except for in the case of Luca, who is played by somebody else because, again, Luke is adopted. But the fact that Caitlin got Damon Mills, who is a gay man, to play him. Like, there's an attention to detail in the cast of Astra that I think is absolutely fucking nuts for a simuldub. So, yeah. Good on Caitlin. And I'm sorry I went on, like, a huge fucking diatribe about watching Stars Align.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm gonna say this about Stars Align. I love him as an actor. I'm gonna say this right off the bat. Fuck you, Brendan Potter.
I want to.
Yeah, also, fuck you, Brandon Potter.
I want to add on a bit to Megan's, because Caitlin also directs Radiant, and she has been very good about casting characters of color to people of color. So,
Yep.
And she did a lot of the same for Garo Vanishing. Excuse me, Garo Vanishing Line as well.
Yeah, Garo,
For
too.
all the Garos.
Yeah.
All right, Andrew. How about the other hosts? What are their picks for best ensemble?
So, Noah Clue's pick for best ensemble cast goes to Stars Align. Much like soft tennis itself, dynamically written kids mean nothing if they don't bounce off each other with distinct voices and motivations, all of which are handled masterfully in every episode to cover topics of abuse, insecurity, friendship, and emo girls that just want to draw her tennis boys. Jet went with Fruit Basket 2019. Well, it's been a long time since the first Fruit Basket anime came out. The cast from that dub came back to the show as though they never left, and they brought the characters to life pretty much right off the bat. All of the new additions to the cast were equally impressive, and even as somebody who wasn't very familiar with the franchise before checking out the reboot, it felt like all the actors really understood and loved their characters, and they were a delight to listen to every week. Each new performance only added to the strength of the ensemble, and when it comes to a dub where the cast really put their best foot forward this year, I can't think of anything that clicked as well as this one did. Roots best ensemble cast goes to BEM, or BEM. A combination of names readily familiar and relatively fresh names, BEM is an example of how the right casting can completely change the dynamic of a series. Gigi went with Stand My Heroes, Piece of Truth.
Okay.
There are so many boys in this. So many boys. A lot of boys. I can't differentiate them by anything other than their voice, and all their performances are amazing. That's fine. This is fine. Everything feels kind of hot. Am I on fire? This is fine.
Oh my god, Gigi, I love you.
God, G.
I
Fuck GG.
picked Kimono Friends.
Oh, okay.
The sheer size of the cast of Kimono Friends is daunting, but this truly is a tour de force of actresses from all over the US of A. Dallas, Houston, California, and everything in between. Veterans, fresher faces, and absolute newcomers to look out for in the future. 10 out of 10. By the way, Toki's still best girl, and I know it's Ibis.
Yeah.
It took
Yay! You learned how to say
it
it.
took me a second to actually get it, too.
You were thinking. You were about to say Ibis, I can tell.
I'm tired.
It's also, for us, it's also 1 in the morning.
Amon went with, for best ensemble, he went with Nichijou, My Ordinary Life. Everybody in this dub is memorable and hilarious, which is a feat for a show that has about 30 named characters of note and approximately 800 side characters. Biggest ensemble doesn't always mean best, but I think this time we can say that it does. Jamal went with Kimono Friends. No note attached.
Okay.
No. It says, okay,
God damn it.
Literally, the comment is not popping up on the Google Doc right now for me.
a veritable owl's gallery of voice actors, a who's who, if you will, came together for a multi-slate dub of epic proportions. A multi-state dub of epic proportions, rather. Blah. Ranging from fresh faces to veterans of the industry. This charming dub is a fun one, and a fruitful one for Susie, Danny, Maddie, and Alexis as the leads. I guess you could say the entire cast was a hoot to watch.
Oh, god damn it.
Alrighty. And
Alright, Jamal, you're joining Andrew tied to the back of the bus.
Jackson's editor's choice goes to Promare.
Not only is this a jam-packed cast of actors who don't typically do anime these days, every actor in this movie gets a chance to shine. From Aina to Vulcan, they all leave a giant space mech-sized impression.
Is it time for another fan vote?
No! It's not. Wanna know what it's time for? Best writing.
Yeah.
Director?
Writing.
Best writing.
Yay! It's writing time!
So,
Writing time,
best
writing
writing
time.
for a dub. My two. It's funny, because I had one writer for two possible shows. Eventually, I had to pick one. So my two writer picks are a couple of the more sincere, yet raw and emotional, shows and they have very compelling scripts to them, in my opinion. My silver award is gonna go to Emily Neves for My Roommate is a Cat. That just tackled, like, the inner turmoil of, like, social anxiety and recluse, and also moments of grief and loss as well. And especially with a cute little cat, and having to write for an actual cat, not a mascot character. Well, that's a challenge in and of itself. But my gold award is... Again, this is a fantastic show. If you haven't watched this show yet this year, you really need to. My gold award for best writing is for Kristen McGuire for Kono Oto Tomare. Because, again, there's so much emotion, there's a lot of dynamics and a lot of complex issues that these characters have to work through. And, also, Kristen, I know, had interesting challenges with this script too, because Anime NYC, we got to do an interview with her, and you're gonna have to remind me of this, babe. There was no source material she could use, really,
Because none of it has been translated in English or adapted.
Yeah, there is no officially licensed translation of
Kono Oto.
Manga companies get on that shit.
Yes. So she had to work around it and find the right characterization and the complexities and dialogue and instrumental, like, musical aspects and lyrical aspects, and at the end of it, it was totally worth it, because Kono Oto is a fantastic show, and I absolutely love the writing on it. So yes, Kristen for Kono Oto, and Emily Neves for My Roommate is a Cat. Hardy!
I feel like I should just write this woman a check every year because I pick her for some section of best writing every single Dubbies.
Okay.
But it's going to be Leah Clark for Robihachi.
Nice.
I did feel she went a little bit too far on how heavy, because nightmare sauce is not a phrase that anyone should ever use ever for any reason.
My God.
Ever.
what sauce?
Nightmare sauce.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But the writing for Robihachi just consistently hit that Leah Clark moment. Because I've given her awards in the past, especially for Chio School Road, which I felt was, like, spot on. And Robihachi just hit that sweet spot of just that absurdist, hilarious, just make my ribs just ache because I'm laughing so hard. And so, yeah, I'm giving this award to her again. But for my gold award, they took a show that they said could not be dubbed. In fact, they released it saying, with that exact same excuse, it cannot be dubbed. And so originally they released it sub only. But then the fans said, "Are you sure?" And then this person said, "You know what? Maybe it can." And so for my gold award, I have to give it to Howard Wang for Nichijou.
Yeah.
Because they took a show.
Yeah, bitch.
If they could dub Nichijou, they can dub Bakemonogatari. and I will die on this hill.
Oh,
Lord.
That's a bold one.
See, that would imply Aniplex is smart enough to take the bait.
And they're not. They never have been, and they never will be. But I mean, this just goes to prove that, yeah, Howard Wang basically did the impossible, taking a show that was based around Japanese puns that would not theoretically translate to English and making them translate to English. So, yeah.
Did it, fam.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you go, dude. Infinite respect.
So before I move into my silver, and I'm looking this up just to grab it really quickly, I would like to say that I'd like to preference this out, that I want to give a serious gold, bronze medal runner-up to Jared Green for Stars Align. Jessica Kavanaugh wrote one episode of that. The rest of the show has been him.
Mm-hmm.
And that is one of his first 2 full-time writing shows. And to nail it that hard for a show with that subject matter, he should be applauded. That being said, Hardy stole my silver.
Whoops.
It was Howard Wang for Nichijou for the same reasons. Nichijou was the quote-unquote undubbable anime. And not only did Howard Wang do it, translated it well, and never went too far out of what Nichijou was, but had me rolling on the floor, laughing. And here's how I knew this was special. When the first 2 episodes I think it was the first 4 episodes went up before the DVDs came out. There's a line in episode 1 where they're talking about Sasahara. And these 2 girls, it's Madeline Morris's girl's character, who my mom, quote-unquote, said, that girl has issues, is yelling at him, and her 2 other friends go, wow. One of them goes, wow, I didn't know Sasahara came from a commoner's family. And the other girl goes, and here I thought he was the greatest of all time, because Sasahara rides a goat to school. I had to pause the video, call Andrew, go, dude, holy fuck. Because I was crying laughing.
No. When Megan was getting the clips...
Now, if you thought Nietzsche...
Now, here's the thing.
I specifically used that because that's my favorite joke in the entire show.
No, and then how she labeled it for the title of the file itself was Nichijou.
Steph ended on the fucking goat joke.
Ended on greatest of
ended on
all
the fucking
time.
goat joke.
And I'm just like, what the fuck is she talking about? And then I watched it and I'm like, yes.
So if you thought translating Nichijou with, months to spare was hard, try translating Ikuhara week to week.
Oh, Lord, no.
My gold award goes... My gold award goes to Clint Bickham for Sarin Zomnai, because no human being should have been ever made to do that.
I wouldn't wish that evil upon anyone.
Anybody. Ikuhara is notoriously hard to get right in subtitles. I can only imagine what doing an Ikuhara musical had to be like.
Torture.
But don't worry, Clint was really open about it on his Twitter.
Torture.
Clint kept the spirit of the show as gay and unabashed as it was to a T. And I'd also like to point out, because there is no clear indication, there is a music director for the show, but there is no clear indication who did the lyrics for the show.
Mm-hmm.
I am very convinced that was Clint, who at one point, I believe, had to go on Japanese iTunes to get the music. That man put his blood, sweat, and tears into that script, and it shows. It was a fucking masterclass. Dude, I don't know how the hell you did it, man, but hats off.
I can only imagine Clint Bickham sitting in his office, staring into the void, while in his head plays, "Hello, darkness, my old friend.
My old friend.
Why are you here? It's 4 p.m."
Alright.
When the moon hits your eye and it's 4:45, it's November.
Alright. Andrew, can you give us the other hosts and editors pick, please?
All right. Noah Clue's pick for best writing goes to Clint Bickham for Saranzamnai.
There it is.
The curse of poorly adapted Ikuhara dubs was cracked by Yurikuma Arashi, then totally shattered by Clint's masterful handling of double meanings, hidden intentions, and terrible dad jokes in this script. Surely the easiest project of 2019 to mess up, and made all the better by translating it into a flawless English script. Jet agrees. Kunihiku Ikuhara's shows are very weird, and there's a very precise method to his madness that has been nearly impossible to convey in English, and the dubs to his earlier works either dropped the ball or felt too rigid to express all the little quirks of his material. However, Clint Bickham really stepped up the plate with Saranzamnai and delivered a script that not only got dished out a lot of puns and wacky jokes that would have otherwise been difficult to translate and make them work, but also captured the raw emotions of the characters and brought them to life with dialogue that felt both natural in English and true to the spirit of the story that Ikuhara was trying to tell. Saranzamnai...
Ha, dish.
Damn it.
Fuck. Saranzamnai is probably the best dub Saranzamnai is probably the best dub an Ikuhara show has ever gotten, and Clint's script is a huge part of why it stands out so well compared to the others. I really can't praise it enough. Roots of Justice's pick goes to Emily Neves for Copcraft. Satan can suck my dick. Now how about those 50-inch TVs?
What?
Need I say more?
That's
What?
That's an actual line in the show.
That is,
Oh my god.
yes, it is an actual.
That is an actual factual line in the show, yelled by Dave Matrenga.
The adaptation feels like a 70s hard-boiled detective drama in all the right ways.
Oh my god.
Gigi's pick is also Clint Bickham for Saranzamnai. Saranzamnai is such a difficult anime to adapt into English. Firstly, because it's Ikuhara and everything he's involved with is filled with tons of symbolism and mystery. Also because there's a lot of Japanese tropes that don't really translate well over here. I've been watching anime for years, but still don't understand the whole Kappa thing until I had somebody explain the myth to me. Clint did an amazing job adapting not only the anime, but the songs, which adds a new level of difficulty. I watched a few episodes of the subtitled, and the dub version was so much easier to understand. Thank you so much for doing this underrated anime justice. My personal pick for best writing is Howard Wang for Nichijou. Nichijou initially got passed up for dubbing due to how much of a challenge it was thought to be to localize. So not only do I applaud Howard for actually tackling the daunting task, but doing it exceptionally. The cat pun scene in episode 5 takes the spot for me alone. Amon goes with Clayton Browning and Matt Shipman for Boogie Pop and others.
Ooh, good pick.
There's an effortlessness to the writing of Boogie Pop's dub that illustrates how Clayton and Matt are making a difficult job seem much easier than it is. From the philosophical aspects to the series, to just making sure that as many oddball musical references are translated correctly, Boogie Pop had some of the most ambitious localization requirements I heard all year, and Clayton and Matt were more than up to the task. Thumbs up. Jamal went with Marissa Lenti for Kimono Friends. While I could have easily given the award to a comedy dub like Hensky or Dumbbells, Marissa Lenti's approach to the complexity of the show, as well as her playful ingenuity, made Kimono Friends the standout above all others this year. Jackson's editor's pick goes to Tyler Walker and Aaron Dismuke for Dr. Stone. Dr. Stone presents some interesting challenges for an adaptive scriptwriter. Multiple catchphrases, complex scientific processes, and charismatic speeches. The writing on Dr. Stone excels at making all of this natural, easy to follow, and compelling.
Huzzah. Alright, best director. Best director. We're in the home stretch. Oh my god.
Yay! I got mail!
We're almost there, kids.
I got mail! Yay!
I got mail. Yay!
Wait, what?
I got mail! I got mail! I
Wait,
got
what?
mail! Yay!
Yay!
What the fuck?
You've never watched?
What the
You've
fuck?
never watched Crank Yankers?
What?
You've
I got mail. Yay!
You've never watched
I've never watched what?
Crank Yanker?
Crank Yankers.
No, I've never watched Crank Yankers.
Yeah.
Yay!
I've never watched that, no.
Don't. It's terrible.
Yay.
Don't ever. In fact, forget
It's so stupid.
we ever talked about it. Do yourself a personal favor.
You saw nothing. Penguin goes back into the ground.
Oh, all right. Okay.
All right, so our next award is for best.
You didn't see anything.
Our next award is for.
See anything.
All right, shut up. Our next award is for best director. Of course, it's exactly how it sounds. I'm gonna kick things off with.
It's like Fruits Basket. We're gonna climb up to the roof. Let's climb up to the roof and watch the sunrise, bitch.
Don't eat my hand. You know, it's funny you say that. This is probably a good segue because you just made me think of a scene that reminds me of my Silver Award. So here's the thing. My Silver Award, I was stuck between 3 directors, but 2 options were the same director for 2 different shows. Ironically enough, I said that normally in the past that best male for a drama was my difficult category to figure out and cement. This year it was best director. Because it was a bitch. Because I didn't even think about or have any early, like, possible locks or anything like that. So I was just like, shit, what am I gonna do? When it came to my silver medal, I was between 3 shows. And I was just like, before recording, I was like, Andrew, ask me questions that'll make me, like, that'll force an answer for me about, like, for a show. And I can't remember what question it was that actually did this. I think it was something about being a memorable show or something like that.
Which is more memorable.
Yeah, which is a more memorable cast or something. And out of all of the shows that I watched, my Silver Award, again, speaking of going to see the sunrise on New Year's, my Silver Award goes to Caitlin Glass for Fruits Basket 2019. It is, because I do love the original. I do understand the original is not faithful at all to the material. But, it's still a fun show. But what Caitlin does with the reboot not only is fantastic, still has some small snippets and little, like, pieces from the original. However, with it being a more faithful adaptation and there's being a lot more emotion and drama thrown in there, Caitlin completely understands this and will take it to a whole new level. And it's just a masterclass of voices, of a lot of, like, plenty of reprisals, but also some replacements and new voices as well. I can't wait to see where this story goes, because I have not read the entire manga. So I don't know, and I'm not that familiar. I know what happens by the end of it, but, still. Yes, Caitlin for sure. And then my gold, I'm just gonna say this. What's a director without a writer? And I say this because my gold for writer, I went with director for gold. My gold award for best director is for Tia Ballard for Kono Ototomare.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So we don't often get to see Tia direct shows. Like, we're lucky if we get to see, like, 1, maybe 2 a year from her. But when she does, it's absolutely phenomenal. And Kono Oto is probably one of my favorite shows from this year. And I enjoyed it so much. And what she does with the casting and the direction but the show takes us, especially, again, freaking repeating myself, with all of the character complexities and these little arcs and these stories that are interwoven throughout the series, it's just fantastic. And I just love every single second of it. Like, directing and the writing front, like, A+ to both Tia and Kristen on that. But yeah, my directors, Tia Ballard and Caitlin Glass. Hardy.
First off, I like to preface this by saying that this guy is a total loser and I hate him, but not really.
Yes. Which
Yeah.
show are we talking about?
Oh, there's so many. But
Fair. But which one are we mostly referring to?
I have been really impressed. I know I have this sort of pseudo feud going on with him online, but I have
This fake feud, and it's the best thing ever.
and I'm still not convinced that Whataburger is all that great. But
As
Kyle,
long as you don't steal any,
I've never been able to hold down Whataburger.
Yeah.
so as long as you don't steal any more beers from the fridge.
but yeah, Kyle Phillips has really, really impressed me with the work he's done on Fire Force this year. I know I did the little cute little video at A-Fest, but no, Fire Force really is one of the best dubs that has come out of this year, and I think he's done an amazing job. And the way that he is able to interact with his actors, both on a professional and emotional level, like he will actively set up traps to snap them, and he will collect the bloopers of them, but at the same time, he will also get incredible performances out of them. And so...
No, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but one of my favorite things...
You can't scare me. I have twins.
No. One of my favorite things that's a
You can't scare me. I have twins.
No, one of my favorite things that's a continuing running thing that he does on Twitter. Damn, we can't.
Damn!
Yeah.
And so he's got the point to where Chris
They're one of the
Wakehamp-
best bromances of all time.
Wakecamp is literally scared for his life at this point. He's like, I just want to go home. But
And then
no.
the one time he didn't wear the red shoes though.
Someone
Kyle was
save
pissed.
Dad. Someone save Dad.
No. Get out of here, Kellen. Get out of here.
That's one of my favorite things with the
I
Fire
know.
Force.
That's one of my favorite ones. Hey, Kellen, get out of here.
But no, for real,
Anyway.
there is no actual bad blood between me and Kyle Phillips. It's all just sort of
just
a
a
game.
joke.
It's a joke.
It's fun.
And
It's
I do think he has done really great work on Fire Force this year. And I'm looking forward to see him reprise the role in the second season next year. But for my gold, there could have only been one choice.
Okay.
And it could have been for any number of dubs this year. Because this person works so hard on every dub they direct.
Okay.
And I have respected this person for years on their directorial efforts. Whether that dub be Radiant Season 2,
Hey.
Astra Lost in Space, or anything else that she's done this year, in my heart, I have to give it to Caitlin Glass for Fruits Basket 2019.
Yay! Slight mind meld.
Because
Yay.
it's just, we'll get into this later, but it's just affected me more than anything else this year, and that's really all I can say without spoiling things. So take it away, Megan.
Okay, cool. Let's get this done with. My silver award goes to a woman who captured lightning in a bottle, much in the way that the original show did. The original show for the show was never, I don't think, ever intended to capture the hearts the way that it did. And to have a director helmet with a passion project and make lightning in a bottle happen across another language, so much so that it impressed the Japanese, is saying something. So my silver award goes to Marissa Lenti for Kimono Friends. Marissa Lenti poured every ounce into this and got a stellar cast and crew together, and her love for the franchise just comes through in every single bit of the dub. And I would have given her my gold for this, but, like, I have to go with Hardy. This could have easily been for any dub that Caitlin worked on this year, whether it be Radiant Season 2, whether it had been Astra Lost in Space, whether it had been, God, what the hell else was she doing in winter this year?
I'm not sure. I think those were the three main ones.
I think so too, yeah.
Was Radiant Season 1 was one of
Right.
them.
Fair.
Because
She
Radiant
did
Season
Fairy
1
Gone too.
melted
Right,
in.
that's true.
I was getting to that too. I was getting to that one. Whether it be Fairy Gone, whether it be just Fruits Basket, and this is for Fruits Basket 2019. Caitlin Glass came out swinging for every fence and hitting it hard. And I think that stepping in as the replacement director, because remember, she did not direct season 1, that was Justin Cook. Getting that cast back, getting Laura back is absolutely fucking insane, by the way.
And if I could step
but
in...
Not only did Caitlin...
If I could step in, she actually spent a lot of time in LA directing Laura just for her schedule. Yeah.
She would fly out herself to go direct.
Exactly. She told me that in person.
And I would like to speak just from other actresses who worked with Caitlin on this. The amount of care that she puts into the emotional well-being of the actors doing the scenes as well speaks absolute volumes. Everybody who I've talked to that worked on the show talks about Caitlin's absolute professionalism and how much she cares about this. And you can even see it on Twitter that she loves this and she loves this franchise. And when somebody came and criticized and said that this cast was boring and stuff, she rightfully defended herself. And just, I cannot wait to get to see the part of the show that none of us have seen animated and voiced over. Because if Caitlin Glass can rip multiple, and there are some scenes in season 1 that were not in the original anime, and we'll get to that. But if she can rip out the hearts of people with material that a lot of us know already, I am terrified for what's coming.
Oh boy.
So there's that.
Alright. Andrew, what did our other hosts and editors pick for their Best Director awards?
Noah Clue's choice for Best Director goes to Jerry Jewell for Stars Align. Be you in middle school yourself or still coping with the traumatic experience well into your adulthood, Jerry and his team excel at capturing the highs, lows, and very lows of this cast. Every flavor of insecurity amongst kids and parents alike carries an otherwise disposable tale of racket swingers into true dramatical greatness. Jet went with Caitlin Glass for Fruits Basket 2019. Between this and Oscar Lost in Space, Caitlin Glass had some great projects to work on this year, and given how high the expectations were for this dub, she did a great job of helping to ease all of the old cast members back into their roles and maintained that same level of energy throughout the entire season, as the show almost never failed to pull at my heartstrings every week. It was obvious that a lot of love and care went into the direction for this dub, and I'm glad that Caitlin's passion for the series could be seen all over it. Roots went with David Wald for Kokoku Moment by Moment.
Oh, okay.
It seems like a hard play to direct a dub that feels dated in the right ways while leaving the parts best left in the past behind, but somehow David Wald was able to pull it off. The dub harkens back to the old ADV days while also utilizing newer members of the Houston anime acting pool and beyond. Gigi also went with David Wald for Love Stage. I honestly don't know what more I can say about David Wald in Love Stage than I have before. Please listen to the Love Stage episode and the campfire chat we had with him. Thank you for making this your passion project. Thank you for bringing this to the fans. Thank you for spending your time to craft a good portion of the script and to direct it with such loving care. If you have not watched Love Stage dubbed yet, please turn it on high.
Turn it on High Dive.
Tune into it on High Dive.
Please watch. Just say please watch it on High Dive. You won't regret it, I promise. I went with Caitlin Glass, Morgan Loray, Josh Greel, Mega Chipment for Astra Lost in Space. The dub of Astra was a tricky beast to approach, but I feel like Caitlin and Morgan, alongside their assistant directors, really gave their all. You had a tight core cast that you had to get just right and balance off of one another. A mix of veterans and really fresh faces playing some complicated characters, and performances that pushed them to their limits. I think this was a risky venture that paid off very well. Amon went with Dallas Reed for Robohachi. That Dallas can helm a dub this good for his first major directing gig is amazing. Everything about the Robohachi dub was hilarious and perfectly cast and executed, and I cannot wait to see what he does next. He's unquestionably a director to watch. Jamal also has Dallas Reed for Robohachi. For his first time directing, Dallas went so far out of this box with this dub. It's amazing. I was highly amused by both his casting choices and direction of the dub. I look forward to what he directs next. For the editor's choice, Jackson went with Caitlin Glass, Morgan Le Ray, Megan Chipman, and Josh Greeley for Astra Lost in Space. The pro strat here is to name the show with the most directors. It is legitimately impressive how good the directing is across the series. The emotional extremes the cast needs to reach, the complex plot lines and mysteries to keep straight, and working with multiple newer actors in lead roles. All this is hard enough for one director, and between the four of them, they maintain a consistent, excellent quality.
We have 3 categories left, 2 of which are Viewers' Choice Awards. I'm going to change this up because I'm going to talk about the next Viewers' Choice Award.
Yay!
So, our next Viewers' Choice Award is for Best Returning Dub. This is a sequel or spin-off, or could be a prequel series from the past year. So, your nominees are Agretzko, directed by Patrick Seiss and Kristen Parati; Bungo Stray Dogs, Season 3, directed by Suzanne Goldish; and by extension, we should also probably give credit to the film Dead Apple. Fate Grand Order, Absolute Demonic Front Babylonia, directed by Tony Oliver; First Basket 2019, directed by Caitlin Glass and Morgan Garrett; Kakegurui, Double X, directed by Steve Staley; Legend of the Galactic Heroes Denoy Tesse, directed by Brittany Lotta and Raleigh Pickens; Lupin the Third Part 5, directed by Richard Epcar; Mob Psycho 100, directed by Chris Kaysen; One Punch Man, directed by Christian Lamont; and The Morose Mononokean, directed by Brittany Lotta and Clifford Chapin. Drum roll, please!
Noise.
The winner of the Best Returning Dub for Viewer's Choice category is for One Punch Man.
Oh, wow.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Wow.
One Punch Man, directed by Christian Lamont.
All right.
So, congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congrats.
Saitama lives on.
All I can say is that choice is pretty...
Okay.
Damn it, you beat me to it. You knew exactly what I was going for.
Okay.
Okay.
Just okay.
Alright, so our next award that we're going to go into, and at least the final award for the Dub Talk hosts in general, is the coveted Dub of the Year award. Reserved only for the best of the best from the past year. I'm gonna say this right off the fucking bat. I'm going back to Megan's fucking comment as to why I wouldn't pick Dr. Stone, because I love that show. So Dr. Stone is my silver award for Dub of the Year. Again, a lot of the things I've already said, I'm just probably gonna repeat it. It's a fun, fantastic show, a different kind of shonen anime with a very, very different protagonist than what you were normally used to. The dub itself, it makes some rather bold choices, some fun choices, a lot of camp and ham can be had, but it also has this heart and this sometimes raw emotion that comes with the territory too with some of these characters, and I just love it, love it, love it, love it to pieces. My gold award, however, granted it should come as no surprise to some people, if you know me personally. I've been hoping and praying that this would get a dub for a long time. Because you fucking giggling in the back. Cut it out.
I'm trying not to.
I know you're trying. It's not working. Because one of my favorite directors, Japanese directors of all time, did fantastic work, and he, unfortunately, he passed away fairly young, and it's sad because we won't get to see much more from this director. So to see my favorite director and my favorite film by this director to get a brand new dub and to be released and to have a theatrical release, oh sweet lord, it was just a fantastic experience, and the dub itself is amazing. Hands down, my dub of the year has to be Millennium Actress. Like, there's no question. You can call it slight bias if you want, because Satoshi Kon is my favorite director. Go ahead, I don't care. But if you haven't watched the film, it's a fantastic film, and I told this story, I think, on the episode that Megan and I did. When I first watched the film in Japanese, I cried by the end of it. But when I watched it again for that episode specifically, and we got the screener copy from 11 Arts, I cried all over again. And I just felt those same emotions and the same weight to the story and that I originally felt, and that's what made me fall in love with it in the first place. And the dub is just absolutely fantastic. From the trio of Chiyokos to Christopher Swindle to Ben Diskin to Greg Chun to so many other actors and actresses, and of course to the directing and writing team as well. If you have not, I'm going to repeat what I said in the episode. If you have not seen the movie, you really should. It's a fantastic film, not only for its raw emotion, but also from a storytelling standpoint and the idea of films and telling the story through films and the career of this famed actress. And honestly, it's a fantastic film, and the dub is just all I ever wanted and more. So yeah, Millennium Actress is definitely my de facto winner for dub of the year.
So, Stephanie.
Yes.
You excited about Tokyo Grandfathers?
Oh my god. Oh my god. My heart! Gee, kids, please don't fuck this up for me. Because Tokyo Godfathers, here's the thing. Tokyo Godfathers has never been dubbed before. Because Millennium Actress did have some kind of English dub over in
UK.
In the UK, but not one in not here in North America. Tokyo Godfathers though has never been dubbed.
Yeah,
Please do not fuck this up for me, G kids.
I have faith in them, but that's
Please.
That's a pretty big deal.
I know. I'm excited. Do that and release it for next Christmas. Do it, fuckers.
So I gotta ask you this, Stephanie. What was your
Okay.
emotional reaction after leaving? When we were all standing outside the theater. Fun fact, we all got to watch this. Most of us of the Dub Talk podcast and a few of
Have
our
never
friends
seen
actually got to watch this in a theater for the first time in an English dub because we were lucky enough to be in Dallas at the time. Because
At the same time as the screenings.
Exactly.
And I basically dragged everybody there on my butt. Me and Amon paid for it all.
Yeah.
And the only reason I didn't pay for everybody was that it wouldn't let me buy that many tickets.
Yeah. But I mean, while we were
Look here, like Megan, you and I were just like, fuck it. Like,
'Cause
fuck all of y'all. We're going to see it.
I think at least 3 of us were actually crying in the theater.
Jamal was gone.
But yeah, I think I had for once in my life, I actually did have the one solo manly tear that runs down one
I remember
side.
that. I remember you telling me that afterwards. Because what was it? Because you and I, we were actually sitting next to each other, and I'm just watching your reactions. I think Itchy was crying too.
I was
Itchy and Gigi embraced each
Itchy-
other.
Oh, Itchy was fucking
They
gone.
were gone.
Yeah.
I was sitting.
Itchy and Gigi were gone together.
Yep, I had Andrew on my left, Hardy was on my right, and I'm just watching. Like, I'm watching Andrew's reactions, but I'm also looking at Hardy, and he's just like. I'm like, oh man.
I was watching Roots' reaction, but man, holy fuck, it's 2 a.m.
Oh god.
Sorry,
We gotta
guys.
finish this shit.
Yeah, we
But anyway.
gotta finish this up. But yeah, it's a
okay.
good dub for a good movie, and yeah, buy it on Blu-ray because it's out now.
Yes.
As
please,
is
I
Perfect
have it.
Blue.
Support the official release.
As is Perfect Blue. Paprika also is on Blu-ray.
I think Paprika is coming back into print. I don't know if it actually ever left out of print, but I do.
And
It never went out.
Never left.
Yeah,
Okay.
but I do know Tokyo Fathers is getting dubbed by G Kids as coming back into print. So,
Hell yeah.
which is my
I'm so excited.
that is my favorite Satoshi Kon movie. So expect lots of dubbies from that one.
Ooh. Okay.
All
Whether
right.
it's eligible for 2020 or 2021, we'll see.
Gee,
Whatever.
kids, I dare you to release it for Christmas. Do it.
Whatever. Anyways, all right. for
Anyway,
we
hurry.
gotta get this wrapped up. My best dub. Okay. It's surprising I actually haven't given this show a lot of dubbies this far because I have actually really loved this dub and this show and everything connected to it. So for my best dub for silver, my silver best dub, pound for pound, I have watched a lot of great shows this year. But just pound for pound, I think the second best dub of this year has been Kono Oto Tomare Sounds of Life.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, and I did not
Ooh.
expect to like the show as much as I did, but from episode 1, it took a pair of cleats straight to my jugular and then never let off. And it's
Accurate.
it's beautiful and it's painful and it's just heartbreaking and it's enlightening and it's wonderful all at the same time. And every single cast member brings their A game to it, 100%. And yeah, even said, it's still only my second best dub of the year.
Uh-oh. How you feeling, buddy?
When we reviewed this show a few years ago, I was not a fan. I will openly admit that. And I feel bad for that because I know it meant so much to you guys. And I felt like I was the odd man out. But this year, there has been no show to affect me as much or as hard as Fruits Basket. And
I
that's,
want to give you a hug right now.
and I say that,
I want to hug you, but I can't.
and I say that because week after week, I mean, it's just saying how much an improvement they could make just with the animation, just with the voice acting, just with everything all around.
It has more than 2 songs.
Exactly. I mean, it is a 100%, no, it is, to quote Senku, it is a 10 billion% increase in just the quality. And I mean, the show that didn't do anything for me because I didn't grow up with it, because I didn't watch it during high school. This show that originally didn't do anything is now making me curl up in the fetal position from how much it's making me feel. And there has been, I doubt there will be any dub coming from 2019 that will make me have the same feelings that Fruits Basket did. I mean, it is hands down my favorite dub of the year. I cannot say anything else about it. It's a masterpiece.
You okay there, buddy?
I'm all right. I'm all right.
Oh,
I'm all right. I'm okay.
I love you.
I love you too, Megan.
You're a big old.
I mean that in the most sincere way. I fucking love you.
You're a big old teddy bear, and I love you.
I'm okay.
All right, Megan.
I feel so bad because I'm not going to be able to say. I'm going to be able to talk about the Silver Award, and I'm not going to be. And I'm going to be heartfelt about it, but I'm not going to be. I'm not going to lie. It's not going to be as heartfelt as my gold. And if you can't figure out what my gold is, you don't know me
I
very
think
well.
we probably know what your gold is by now.
My silver. Yeah. Gee, I wonder.
Anyways.
Being intensifies. My silver award goes to Megalobox.
Really?
And I had a really hard
Wow.
time picking my silver for this. And a lot of people are going to wonder, why the fuck did you pick Megalobox? And while I admit I do have some issues with it, there are some performances I couldn't get into. The heart and soul of that dub stuck with me through 2019.
Okay.
It was, I remember getting up week to week and watching it on Toonami and being absolutely floored by some of the performances. I've mentioned Greg Chun, I've mentioned Jason Marucha, Keiji Tang as Joe. I'd also like to give a shout out to the most punchable character in all of Megalobox, Robbie Damon as Mikio.
Oh,
Oh,
fuck
God.
Robbie. Fuck Mikio.
Fuck him.
Fuck Mikio. Fuck, he's really hot, but he's such an
He is
asshole.
very much an asshole.
I genuinely did fall in love with the dub. I thought it was so much fun to watch. I thought, man, these guys are really putting their heart and soul into it. But look, back when we did the review of Fruits Basket, like, what, 2 or 3 years ago
Something
now?
like
It's been a while, yeah.
Oh god, it's 2 in the goddamn morning and I'm about to bawl my eyes out. Everybody.
It's okay. It's okay.
We're almost there.
Go for it.
When we did that episode, I said, if by somehow there is a god out there, that they would remake the show. I could dream hard, but it was never gonna happen. And then, literally the day of my birthday in Japan, they announced that Fruits Basket 2019 was coming out. It was the 19th here. Fuck it. It was the 20th in Japan. Fight me. It counts. Fun fact, it also came out on my birthday in Japan. The first DVD set came out the day before my birthday in America.
Yeah, that's right.
There was such a weight of expectation going into this dub. And when I saw that the Japanese version of the show got completely recast, I want to put this out there. We usually don't compare subs, like, we obviously do focus on dubs, but the sub of the show, there was a fear in me that I was like, well, if the Japanese mandate's gonna do it, they're never gonna get anybody in the English cast back. And I swear the inhuman noise that came out of my mouth when I saw Laura Bailey's name, when I saw Eric Vale's name, when I saw Jerry Jewell, when I saw Kate Bristol was gonna come back, who was like an actual child when she recorded the show. But seeing the weight of expectation, Mike McFarlane, Chris Sabat,
John Bergmeyer.
Jamie Markey, thank you. I almost forgot John, and Shigure's performance is like one of my favorites.
Justin Cook.
Justin Cook, Kent Williams, even as far down as Cynthia Kranz, Mike McFarlane, the Wendy Powell as Kyo's mother.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's an attention to fucking detail in this casting of this dub. And then there's Caitlin Glass slotting in these new actors. Jade Saxton as Hana, Elizabeth Maxwell as Uo, Michaela Krantz as Momiji, Lucy Christian as Hiro, getting to bring Aaron back as Kakaru because he cannot play Hiro anymore, adding herself as Machi, Bria Palencia coming in to be Rin, who's a character you guys don't know, getting Colleen to play Akito, which is going to be absolutely fucking terrifying next season. But and the script writing and the mix and the fact that this was one of 4 shows that went wire to wire from its start to its end.
Yep.
I want to say that Funimation this year, I have no idea how they got 4 different shows to go same day. The Morose Mononokean, Fruits Basket, Fire Force, and technically The Wiseman's Grandchild. It was only delayed out of the safety of their actors. And it was put up within 24 hours. But I want to give one example of how absolutely heartbreaking and how absolutely amazing Caitlin Glass is as a director for the show, and how fucking impactful this is. And I want to point out that this was pointed out to Caitlin by most everybody, and very few people actually ever caught this in the dub. If you go back and watch the episode where I swear I'm going to make this as quick as possible. If you ever go back and watch the episode where Momiji runs into his mother again, which is by far where, like, the episode that has impacted me the most, pay attention to Michaela Krantz's accent. If you did not know, Michaela Krantz's Momiji speaks with a German accent until he is in front of his mother. That drop could never be achieved in any other way in the sub. The fact that Caitlin had the foresight into the character to do that shows how amazing the Fruits Basket dub is. There was no dub to me this year that could have topped that. And that's why Fruits Basket 2019 was the best dub of 2019. and why it's going to be, no matter, unless it comes out next October, there is no gold medal contender for me next year. You either go bigger than Fruits Basket or you go home.
All right.
Well said.
All right, Sleepy Boy. We're in the home stretch. So, what did the other hosts and editors pick for their dubs of the year?
No clue. His choice for dub of the year is Stars Align. Anime excels at elevating emotional simplicity into grand, evocative experiences, made all the better by a diverse and talented cast to bring that effect into English. With distinct individual characters all clashing in the seemingly insignificant world of middle school sports, every episode has been a tour de force of cathartic performances, which deserves no less than the highest honor a group of nerds on the internet can bestow. Jet went with Megalobox.
Nice.
Megalobox was already a strong show, but the dub added just the right amount of grit to both the script and the performances to really enhance the experience and make it into a really knockout production. From Ezra Weiss's strong direction to great acting from the likes of Keiji Tang, Erica Harlacher, and especially Jason Marnocha, everybody here did an excellent job, and I'd highly recommend giving this dub a shot if you haven't already. Roots of Justice went with Megalobox. Tight cast, solid direction, and the right balance of dated and new. Megalobox may not just be the best dub of the year in my book, but high on the list of dubs of the decade as well. Gigi went with Love Stage. Guys, if you didn't know this was going to be my dub of the year, I don't know what to tell you. No other project has meant more to me on a personal level this year than Love Stage. The casting is amazing. The script is both funny and poignant. The direction, well, you saw my award for that. This has been my favorite BL since I first watched it years ago, and it remains my favorite BL. When I heard it was getting a dub, I literally cried, and Megan can attest to that because she called me to tell me. The Love Stage dub is a labor of love, and it shows. Thank you to everybody involved for producing such a fantastic product, and I honestly hope that this award causes more people to stream, buy, and enjoy this anime. My dub of the year goes to Nichijou My Ordinary Life. Nothing encapsulates just how wild a year this was for anime dubs than goddamn Nichijou happening, and holy crap, it delivered. Jade's crew did a stellar job delivering some fantastic comedy. From slapstick absurdism to the utterly charming, Nichijou has it all, and this dub is so goddamn good, and honestly, I kind of adore that I'm talking about it. I adore that I'm talking about it. Thank you to everybody at Funimation who believed in Nichijou in English and gave it a chance. I'm forever grateful. Amon's pick for dub of the year goes to Nichijou My Ordinary Life. That this dub exists at all already feels worthy of note. That it is as consistently good and funny and absolutely perfect as it is means that it has to win my pick. Nothing else comes close. Jamal's pick for dub of the year goes to Love Stage.
Ooh, okay.
What better way to tell a yaoi love story than from somebody who's more likely experienced it? David's wild passion for his project certainly showed in his direction and script writing, and you could sense about every minute of it flowing on screen. I know this is a surprising pick coming from me, but a story is only as good as the person telling it, and Love Stage is a prime example of that.
Jackson. What did Jackson go with? Editor's
And for our editor's choice, Jackson went with Fruits Basket 2019. My criteria for best of the year is pretty simplistic. You gotta make me cry. Admittedly not a high bar, but no other anime this year has had me sobbing with the same frequency or intensity, especially anything to do with the mob.
Okay.
That's that. Alrighty.
All right.
We're almost there. We're almost
All right.
free.
So we have one more award, and it's our last Viewer's Choice Award. I usually will read this, but I'm changing it up.
Actually, I have a suggestion.
What?
Why don't we let Wheel decide?
Oh, come on.
What?
Can I read? Do you want me to read
Here
it?
goes.
Oh, you put our names under Wheel Decide.
I put our names into Wheel decide.
God damn it!
Spin the wheel,
Wild
Stephanie.
card, bitches.
Spin the
I gotta
wheel.
spin the wheel. Okay, hold on.
Here we go.
So, oh boy.
Andrew, right here.
All right, wheel decide. Let's see what happens. 3, 2, 1, go.
Hear it.
Guess what, Megan?
Yay!
All right.
Everything's coming up Megan House.
Do it, girl.
All right, Megan, will you announce our final category?
Alright, your nominees for Dub of the Year were Astra, Lost in Space, directed by Caitlin Glass, Josh Greeley, Megan Shipman, and Morgan Garrett. Dr. Stone, directed by Clifford Chapin and Michelle Rojas. How heavy are the dumbbells you lift? Holy fuck, I'm so tired. How heavy are the dumbbells you lift? Directed by Jade Saxton, Alexis Tipton, Matt Shipman, and Morgan LeRae. Keimono Friends, directed by Marissa Lenti and Howard Wang. Kono Oto Tomare, Sounds of Life, directed by Tia Ballard and Damon Mills. Love Stage, directed by directed by Megan. Holy shit.
Megan only wishes.
Love Stage, I fucking wish. Love Stage, directed by David Wald. Megalobox, directed by Ursa Weiss. Millennium Actress, directed by Kevin Hoffer. Nichicho, My Ordinary Life, directed by Jade Saxton, Felicia Angio, Morgan Garrett, and Tia Ballard. And Saranzamai, directed by Tabitha Ray. Drum rolls, please, so we can go the fuck to sleep.
Hold on, I'm grabbing it, hold on.
Keep going, Hardy, look at choo-choo, Hardy. The winner is...
Okay, alright, you're good.
And the winner is Dr. Stone, directed by Clifford Chapin and Michelle Rojas.
Woo!
So much energy in the morning.
Yeah! Fit science, bitch!
Science, get excited.
Yeah!
Get excited!
excited.
Holy ink and K, bitch!
Congratulations, Dr. Stone.
We would start yelling, but your dad is probably fast asleep by now.
It's 2 a.m.
It's
My
guys.
2
parents are so conked out.
Anyways,
It's almost 2:30. Yeehaw, motherfucker!
congratulations.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Are you freaking ink and K? God, I can't do that. How does Brandon do that?
Oh my god.
Brandon, how do you do that?
So that was 2019 anime dubs.
Oh boy.
On behalf
Final thoughts,
on
motherfuckers.
behalf of Andrew and Steph, who probably need to go to bed so they don't wake up Andrew's dad, I am Spaceman Hardy. He is Classy Spartan. She is Live Like Anime Review. Go the fuck to sleep.
And I'm Megan, and I'm here to say congratulations, Funimation, for doing what Crunchyroll couldn't
Yeah.
even
Anyway.
promise. Good night.
Anyways, actually, there's one last thing to do.
Oh, God,
just
what?
because we want to send our supports to our lovely
yes.
patrons. People like...
Well,
Oh, that's
hold
right.
on.
Give me the list. Let me do
the
it.
proper ending to this, alright? So, because y'all are jumping in here. So yeah, that was the Dubbie Awards 2019. So much anime.
5
How many?
hours!
160s.
5
162.
fucking hours!
Fucking hour.
We are so fucking screwed.
What
It
hun-
gets longer and longer
I can
every
taste
year.
the cosmos.
I gotta
Longer
pee,
and longer every
goddammit!
year. Guys, stop it. No, but oh my god. Anyway, but yeah, thank you so much. If you stuck it out this long, we're sorry,
But thank you.
but thank you.
No, we're not. I'm not.
We always know that this one's our longest episode of the year. I did not expect it to go to 5 hours at this stage for us. Recording wise, it's 5 hours. Editing wise, Lord knows where we're at. But
To our editor, we're sorry.
that's why I'm asking for help on this one. But if you're just to give the regular outros, if you are interested in anything that us as individuals do, that one over there is Spaceman Hardy. You can follow him on Twitter at Spaceman Hardy. He is also a forum moderator for the Funimation forums. Megan, you can find her on Twitter at QueenEra2, where she shitposts on a daily basis. This one who's sitting beside me is Andrew, aka Classy Spartan. You can follow him on Twitter at MangaMan9000, where he also shitposts, but he is also one of the co-hosts for podcast O&A, alongside fellow Dub Talk host Jet. And of course, my name is Stephanie, aka Lilac sometimes. You can follow me on Twitter at Lilac Anime Review, with review being spelled R-E-V-U-E. If you are interested in anything that Dub Talk itself does, you can follow us. Easiest way is to subscribe here to YouTube. We also have a Twitter, Instagram, Tumblr is dead, Twitch account, all at Dub Talk Podcast. You can also follow us on our RSS feed over at Podbean as Dub Talk Podcast, where we have basically every single goddamn episode up there. That took a while to frickin' put together, but we also have, if you're interested in supporting us further, we have, for one-time donations, we do have our Ko-fi account, and for if you want to support us in a larger capacity, we do have our Patreon. Links are in the description below, but a special thank you to our patrons for making this episode happen. Andrew has the current list on hand.
Megan, you said you want to read these?
Hell yeah, give it over.
Do you have the...
Just copy and paste it over here.
He has it on his computer pulled up. Hold on.
Yeah, man.
I really have to pee.
There you go. Read it.
All right. Our $5 patron, Crimson Echidna, Michelle Travis, Nico Robin, but with Yowie hands, and our $10 patron tier, Carly Lesticow, Jacob Wilson, J2, aka Jared, Marco Bermudez, Marissa Lenti, and Weeby Haru Gopi. Hardy Gopi, you are not a cat.
Too late.
Oh no!
At least pee in the box.
Anyways,
And
That's what it's
Anyways.
for.
thank you all for sticking with us for a long ass time.
we are extremely tired.
It's 2:30.
Speak for yourself. I can taste the cosmos.
It's 2:30 in the
Okay.
morning. We need to go to bed.
Just to end this a little sincerely, thank you for so much from the bottom of our hearts for all the support, like tuning in, interacting with us. I fucking
Thank you, Steph, for making a podcast where at least 3 of us fell in love with
Aw.
thank
people.
you for
And for giving us
I
a
love
family.
you, fucking guys. Thank you.
I love you
I'm watching
fuckers.
him as he's talking right now, and I can tell he's getting very groggy. This
Everyone-
one needs to go to bed.
Everyone, thank you from the bottom of our hearts
Yes.
for 5 years of
I
loving
know.
dubs, and of us loving dubs, and of you loving us, and of us loving you. Otaku on, my friends. And once and for
Otaku.
all, keep it
Why didn't you give a headphone warning, you asshole? God.
I'm not even mad. I'm impressed.
Oh my god. Anyways, yes, thank you so much for sticking with us, and here's to a fun, roaring time
In
here in
2020.
2020. Thank you, Otaku on. Good night, everybody.
Bye, bitches.
Good night. Bye
Go the fuck
bye.
to sleep.
Mic drop.
Holy f-